Chapter 8 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 8 Explosion. The next morning was too bright a morning for sleep, and James Harthouse rose early, and sat in the pleasant bay window of his dressing-room, smoking the rare tobacco that had had so wholesome an influence on his young friend. Reposing in the sunlight, with the fragrance of his Eastern pipe about him, and the dreamy smoke vanishing into the air, so rich and soft with summer odours, he reckoned up his advantages as an idle winner might count his gains. He was not at all bored for the time, and could give his mind to it. He had established a confidence with her, from which her husband was excluded. He had established a confidence with her that absolutely turned upon her indifference towards her husband, and the absence, now and at all times, of any congeniality between them. He had artfully but plainly assured her that he knew her heart in its last most delicate recesses. He had come so near to her through its tenderest sentiment. He had associated himself with that feeling, and the barrier behind which she lived had melted away. All very odd, and very satisfactory. And yet he had not, even now, any earnest wickedness of purpose in him. Publicly and privately it were much better for the age in which he lived that he and the legion of whom he was one were designedly bad, than indifferent and purposeless. It is the drifting icebergs setting with any current anywhere that wreck the ships. When the devil goeth about like a roaring lion, he goeth about in a shape by which few but savages and hunters are attracted. But when he is trimmed, smooth, and varnished, according to the mode, when he is aweary of vice and aweary of virtue, used up as to brimstone and used up as to bliss, then, whether he take to the serving out of red tape, or to the kindling of red fire, he is the very devil. So James Harthouse reclined in the window, indolently smoking, and reckoning up the steps he had taken on the road by which he happened to be travelling. The end to which it led was before him, pretty plainly, but he troubled himself with no calculations about it. What will be, will be. As he had rather a long ride to take that day, for there was a public occasion to do at some distance, which afforded a tolerable opportunity of going in for the Gradgrind men, he dressed early and went down to breakfast. He was anxious to see if she had relapsed since the previous evening. No, it resumed where he had left off. There was a look of interest for him again. He got through the day as much or as little to his own satisfaction as was to be expected under the fatiguing circumstances, and came riding back at 6 o'clock. There was a sweep of some half-mile between the lodge and the house, and he was riding along at a foot-pace over the smooth gravel, once Nickets's, when Mr. Bounderby burst out of the shrubbery with such violence as to make his horse shy across the road.
"Harthouse!"
cried Mr. Bounderby.
"Have you heard?"
"Heard what?"
said Harthouse, soothing his horse, and inwardly favouring Mr. Bounderby with no good wishes.
"Then you haven't heard?"
"I've heard you, and so has this brute. I've heard nothing else."
Mr. Bounderby, red and hot, planted himself in the centre of the path before the horse's head, to explode his bombshell with more effect.
"The bank's robbed."
"You don't mean it."
"Robbed last night, sir. Robbed in an extraordinary manner. Robbed with a false key."
"Of much?"
Mr. Bounderby, in his desire to make the most of it, really seemed mortified by being obliged to reply.
Why, no, not of very much, but it might have been.
Of how much?
Oh, a sum, if you stick to a sum, not more than £150,
said Mr. Bounderby, with impatience.
But it's not the sum, it's the fact. It's the fact of the bank being robbed. That's the important circumstance. I'm surprised you don't see it.
My dear Bounderby,
said James, dismounting and giving his bridle to his servant,
I do see it, and as am overcome as you can possibly desire me to be by the spectacle afforded to my mental view. Nevertheless, I may be allowed, I hope, to congratulate you, which I do with all my soul, I assure you, on your not having sustained a greater loss.
Thank ye,
replied Bounderby, in a short, ungracious manner.
But I tell you what, it might have been £20,000.
I suppose it might.
Suppose it might, by the Lord, you may suppose so. By George,
said Mr. Bounderby, with sundry menacing nods and shakes of his head.
It might have been twice 20. There's no knowing what it would have been or it wouldn't have been as it was, but for the feller's being disturbed.
Louisa had come up now, and Mrs. Sparsit and Bitzer.
Here's Tom Gradgrind's daughter knows pretty well what it might have been if you don't,
blustered Bounderby.
Dropped, sir, as if she was shot when I told her. Never knew her to do such a thing before. Does her credit under the circumstances, in my opinion.
She still looked faint and pale. James Harthouse begged her to take his arm, and as they moved on very slowly, asked her how the robbery had been committed.
Why, I'm going to tell you,
said Bounderby, irritably giving his arm to Mrs. Sparsit.
If you hadn't been so mighty particular about the sum, I should have begun to tell you before. You know this lady, for she is a lady, Mrs. Sparsit?
I have already had the honour.
Very well, and this young man Bitzer, you saw him too on the same occasion.
Mr. Harthouse inclined his head in assent, and Bitzer knuckled his forehead.
Very well, they live at the bank. You know they live at the bank, perhaps? Very well, yesterday afternoon, at the close of business hours, everything was put away as usual. In the iron room that this young fellow sleeps outside of, there was never mind how much. In the little safe in young Tom's closet, the safe used for petty purposes, there was £150 odd.
154,701,
said Bitzer.
Come,
retorted Bounderby, stopping to wheel round upon him.
Let's have none of your interruptions. It's bad enough to be robbed while you're snoring 'cause you're too comfortable, without being put right with your 471s. I didn't snore myself when I was at your age, let me tell you. I hadn't victuals enough to snore. And I didn't 471, not if I knew it.
Bitzer knuckled his forehead again, in a sneaking manner, and seemed at once particularly impressed and depressed by the instance last given of Mr. Bounderby's moral abstinence.
£150
resumed Mr. Bounderby.
That sum of money young Tom locked in his safe. Not a very strong safe, but that's no matter now. Everything was left all right. Some time in the night, while this young fellow snored— Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, you say you have heard him snore?
Sir,
returned Mrs. Sparsit,
I cannot say that I have heard him precisely snore, and therefore must not make that statement. But on winter evenings, when he has fallen asleep at his table, I have heard him, what I should prefer to describe as partially choke. I have heard him on such occasions produce sounds of a nature similar to what may be sometimes heard in Dutch clocks. Not,
said Mrs. Sparsit, with a lofty sense of giving strict evidence,
that I would convey any imputation on his moral character. Far from it. I have always considered Bitzer a young man of the most upright principle, and to that I beg to bear my testimony.
Well,
said the exasperated Bounderby,
while he was snoring, or choking, or Dutch clocking, or something or other, being asleep, some fellers, somehow, whether previously concealed in the house or not remains to be seen, got to young Tom's safe, forced it, and abstracted the contents. Being then disturbed, they made off, letting themselves out at the main door and double-locking it again. It was double-locked, and the key under Mrs. Sparsit's pillow, with a false key, which was picked up in the street near the bank about 12 o'clock today. No alarm takes place till this chap Bitzer turns out this morning and begins to open and prepare the offices for business. Then, looking at Tom's safe, he sees the door ajar and finds the lock forced and the money gone."
"Where is Tom, by the by?"
asked Harthouse, glancing round.
"He's been helping the police,"
said Bounderby,
"and stays behind at the bank. I wish these fellows had tried to rob me when I was at his time of life. They'd have been out of pocket if they'd invested 18p in the job, I can tell them that."
"Is anybody suspected?"
"Suspected? I should think there was somebody suspected. God!"
said Bounderby, relinquishing Mrs. Sparsit's arm to wipe his heated head.
"Josiah Bounderby of Coketown is not to be plundered, and nobody suspected. No, thank you."
Might Mr. Harthouse inquire who was suspected?
"I'll tell you,"
said Bounderby, stopping and facing about to confront them all.
"It's not to be mentioned everywhere. It's not to be mentioned anywhere, in order that the scoundrels concerned, there's a gang of 'em, may be thrown off their guard. So take this in confidence. Now, wait a bit."
Mr. Bounderby wiped his head again.
"What should you say to—"
Here he violently exploded.
"To a hand being in it?"
"I hope,"
said Harthouse, lazily.
"not our friend Blackpot."
"Say pool instead of pot, sir,"
returned Bounderby.
"and that's the man."
Louisa faintly uttered some word of incredulity and surprise.
"Oh, yes, I know,"
said Bounderby, immediately catching at the sound.
"I know. I'm used to that. I know all about it. They're the finest people in the world, these fellows are. They've got the gift of the gab, they have. They only want to have their rights explained to them, they do. But I tell you what, show me a dissatisfied hand, and I'll show you the man that's fit for anything bad. I don't care what it is."
Another of the popular fictions of Coketown, which some pains have been taken to disseminate, and which some people really believed.
"But I am acquainted with these chaps,"
said Bounderby.
"I can read them off, like books. Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, I appeal to you. What warning did I give that feller the first time he set foot in the house, when the express object of his visit was to know how he could knock religion over, and floor the established church? Mrs. Sparsit, in point of high connections, you are on a level with the aristocracy. Did I say, or did I not say to that feller, 'You can't hide the truth from me. You're not the kind of fellow I like. You'll come to no good'?"
"Assuredly, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
"you did, in a highly impressive manner, give him such an admonition."
"When he shocked you, ma'am?"
said Bounderby.
"When he shocked your feelings?"
"Yes, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit, with a meek shake of her head.
"he certainly did so. Though I do not mean to say but that my feelings may be weaker on such points, more foolish, if the term is preferred, than they might have been, if I had always occupied my present position."
Mr. Bounderby stared with a bursting pride at Mr. Harthouse, as much as to say,
"I am the proprietor of this female, and she is worthy of your attention, I think."
then resumed his discourse.
"You can recall for yourself, Harthouse, what I said to him when you saw him. I didn't mince the matter with him. I'm never mealing with 'em. I know 'em. Very well, sir. 3 days after that he bolted. Went off nobody knows where, as my mother did in my infancy, only with this difference, that he's a worse subject than my mother, if possible. What did he do before he went? What do you say?"
Mr. Bounderby, with his hat in his hand, gave a beat upon the crown at every little division of his sentences, as if it were a tambourine.
To his being seen, night after night, watching the bank, to his lurking about there after dark, to its striking Mrs. Sparsit that he could be lurking for no good, to her calling Bitzer's attention to him, and they both taking notice of him, and to its appearing on inquiry to-day that he was also noticed by the neighbours.
Having come to the climax, Mr. Bounderby, like an oriental dancer, put his tambourine on his head.
"Suspicious,"
said James Harthouse.
"Certainly."
"I think so, sir,"
said Bounderby, with a defiant nod.
"I think so. But there are more of 'em in it. There's an old woman. One never hears of these things till the mischief's done. All sorts of defects are found out on the stable door after the horse is stolen. There's an old woman turns up now. An old woman who seems to have been flying into town on a broomstick every now and then. She watches the place a whole day before this fellow begins. And on the night when you saw him, she steals away with him, and holds a council with him. I suppose to make her report on going off duty, and be damned to her."
There was such a person in the room that night, and she shrunk from observation, thought Louisa.
"That is not all of 'em, even as we already know 'em,"
said Bounderby, with many nods of hidden meaning.
"But I've said enough for the present. You'll have the goodness to keep it quiet, and mention it to no one. It may take time, but we shall have 'em. It's policy to give 'em line enough, and there's no objection to that."
"Of course they will be punished with the utmost rigour of the law, as notice boards observe,"
replied James Harthouse.
"and serve them right. Fellows who go in for banks must take the consequences. If there were no consequences, we should all go in for banks."
He had gently taken Louisa's parasol from her hand, and had put it up for her, and she walked under its shade, though the sun did not shine there.
"For the present, Lou Bounderby,"
said her husband,
"here's Mrs. Sparsit to look after. Mrs. Sparsit's nerves have been acted upon by this business, and she'll stay here a day or two, so make her comfortable."
"Thank you very much, sir,"
that discreet lady observed.
"but pray do not let my comfort be a consideration. Anything will do for me."
It soon appeared that if Mrs. Sparsit had a failing in her association with that domestic establishment, it was that she was so excessively regardless of herself and regardful of others as to be a nuisance. On being shown her chamber, she was so dreadfully sensible of its comforts as to suggest the inference that she would have preferred to pass the night on the mangle in the laundry. True, the Powlers and the Scadgerses were accustomed to splendour,
"But it is my duty to remember,"
Mrs. Sparsit was fond of observing with a lofty grace, particularly when any of the domestics were present,
"that what I was I am no longer. Indeed," said
she,
"if I could altogether cancel the remembrance that Mr. Sparsit was a Powler, or that I myself am related to the Scadgers family, or if I could even revoke the fact and make myself a person of common descent and ordinary connections, I would gladly do so. I should think it, under existing circumstances, right to do so."
The same hermetical state of mind led to her renunciation of made dishes and wines at dinner, until fairly commanded by Mr. Bounderby to take them, when she said,
"Indeed you are very good, sir,"
and departed from a resolution of which she had made rather formal and public announcement, to
"wait for the simple mutton."
She was likewise deeply apologetic for wanting the salt, and feeling amiably bound to bear out Mr. Bounderby to the fullest extent in the testimony he had borne to her nerves, occasionally sat back in her chair and silently wept, at which periods a tear of large dimensions, like a crystal earring, might be observed, or rather must be, for it insisted on public notice, sliding down her Roman nose. But Mrs. Sparsit's greatest point, first and last, was her determination to pity Mr. Bounderby. There were occasions when, in looking at him, she was involuntarily moved to shake her head, as who would say,
"Alas, poor Yorick!"
After allowing herself to be betrayed into these evidences of emotion, she would force a lambent brightness, and would be fitfully cheerful, and would say,
"You have still good spirits, sir, I am thankful to find,"
and would appear to hail it as a blessed dispensation that Mr. Bounderby bore up as he did. One idiosyncrasy for which she often apologized, she found it excessively difficult to conquer. She had a curious propensity to call Mrs. Bounderby
"Miss Gradgrind,"
and yielded to it some 3 or 4 score times in the course of the evening. Her repetition of this mistake covered Mrs. Sparsit with modest confusion, but indeed, she said, it seemed so natural to say Miss Gradgrind, whereas, to persuade herself that the young lady whom she had had the happiness of knowing from a child could be really and truly Mrs. Bounderby, she found almost impossible. It was a further singularity of this remarkable case, that the more she thought about it, the more impossible it appeared.
"The difference is,"
she observed,
"being such."
in the drawing-room after dinner. Mr. Bounderby tried the case of the robbery, examined the witnesses, made notes of the evidence, found the suspected persons guilty, and sentenced them to the extreme punishment of the law. That done, Bitzer was dismissed to town with instructions to recommend Tom to come home by the mail train. When candles were brought, Mrs. Sparsit murmured,
"Don't be low, sir. Pray let me see you cheerful, sir, as I used to do." Mr.
Bounderby, upon whom these consolations had begun to produce the effect of making him, in a bull-headed blundering way, sentimental, sighed like some large sea-animal.
"I cannot bear to see you so, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit.
"Try a hand at backgammon, sir, as you used to do when I had the honour of living under your roof."
"I haven't played backgammon, ma'am,"
said Mr. Bounderby.
"since that time."
"No, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit soothingly.
"I am aware that you have not. I remember that Miss Gradgrind takes no interest in the game. But I shall be happy, sir, if you will condescend."
They played near a window opening on the garden. It was a fine night, not moonlight, but sultry and fragrant. Louisa and Mr. Harthouse strolled out into the garden, where their voices could be heard in the stillness, though not what they said. Mrs. Sparsit, from her place at the backgammon board, was constantly straining her eyes to pierce the shadows without.
"What's the matter, ma'am?"
said Mr. Bounderby.
"You don't see a fire, do you?"
"Oh dear no, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
"I was thinking of the dew."
"What have you got to do with the dew, ma'am?"
said Mr. Bounderby.
"It's not myself, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
"I am fearful of Miss Gradgrind's taking cold."
"She never takes cold,"
said Mr. Bounderby.
"Really, sir?"
said Mrs. Sparsit, and was affected with a cough in her throat. When the time drew near for retiring, Mr. Bounderby took a glass of water.
"Oh, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit.
"not your sherry warm with lemon peel and nutmeg?"
"Why, I've got out of the habit of taking it now, ma'am,"
said Mr. Bounderby.
"The more's the pity, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
"You are losing all your good old habits. Cheer up, sir. If Miss Gradgrind will permit me, I will offer to make it for you, as I have often done."
Miss Gradgrind readily permitting Mrs. Sparsit to do anything she pleased, that considerate lady made the beverage, and handed it to Mr. Bounderby.
"It will do you good, sir. It will warm your heart. It is the sort of thing you want, and ought to take, sir.
And when Mr. Bounderby said,
"Your health, ma'am,"
she answered with great feeling,
"Thank you, sir. The same to you, and happiness also."
Finally, she wished him good night, with great pathos, and Mr. Bounderby went to bed with a maudlin persuasion that he had been crossed in something tender, though he could not, for his life, have mentioned what it was. Long after Louisa had undressed and lain down, she watched and waited for her brother's coming home. That could hardly be, she knew, until an hour past midnight. But in the country silence, which did anything but calm the trouble of her thoughts, time lagged wearily. At last, when the darkness and stillness had seemed for hours to thicken one another, she heard the bell at the gate. She felt as though she would have been glad that it rang on until daylight, but it ceased, and the circles of its last sound spread out fainter and wider in the air, and all was dead again. She waited yet another quarter of an hour, as she judged. Then she arose, put on a loose robe, and went out of her room in the dark and up the staircase to her brother's room. His door being shut, she softly opened it and spoke to him, approaching his bed with a noiseless step. She kneeled down beside it, passed her arm over his neck, and drew his face to hers. She knew that he only feigned to be asleep, but she said nothing to him. He started by and by, as if he were just then awakened, and asked who that was, and what was the matter.
"Tom, have you anything to tell me? If ever you loved me in your life, and have anything concealed from every one besides, tell it to me."
I don't know what you mean, Lou. I've been dreaming.
"My dear brother."
She laid her head down on his pillow, and her hair flowed over him as if she would hide him from every one but herself.
"Is there nothing that you have to tell me? Is there nothing you can tell me if you will? You can tell me nothing that will change me. Oh, Tom, tell me the truth."
I don't know what you mean, Lou.
"As you lie here alone, my dear, in the melancholy night, so you must lie somewhere one night when even I, if I am living then, shall have left you. As I am here beside you, barefoot, unclothed, undistinguishable in darkness, so must I lie through all the night of my decay until I am dust. In the name of that time, Tom, tell me the truth now."
What is it you want to know?
"You may be certain."
In the energy of her love, she took him to her bosom as if he were a child.
"That I will not reproach you. You may be certain that I will be compassionate and true to you. You may be certain that I will save you at whatever cost. Oh, Tom, have you nothing to tell me? Whisper very softly. Say only yes, and I shall understand you."
She turned her ear to his lips, but he remained doggedly silent.
"Not a word, Tom."
How can I say yes, or how can I say no, when I don't know what you mean? Lou, you're a brave, kind girl, worthy I begin to think of a better brother than I am. But I have nothing more to say. Go to bed. Go to bed."
"You are tired."
She whispered presently, more in her usual way.
"Yes, I am quite tired out."
"You have been so hurried and disturbed today. Have any fresh discoveries been made?"
Only those you have heard of from him.
"Tom, have you said to anyone that we made a visit to those people, and that we saw those three together?"
No. Didn't you yourself particularly ask me to keep it quiet when you asked me to go there with you?
"Yes, but I did not know then what was going to happen."
Nor I neither. How could I?
He was very quick upon her with this retort.
"Ought I to say, after what has happened?"
said his sister, standing by the bed. She had gradually withdrawn herself and risen.
"That I made that visit? Should I say so? Must I say so?"
Good heavens, Lou.
returned her brother.
You are not in the habit of asking my advice. Say what you like. If you keep it to yourself, I shall keep it to myself. If you disclose it, there's an end of it.
It was too dark for either to see the other's face, but each seemed very attentive, and to consider before speaking.
Tom, do you believe the man I gave the money to is really implicated in this crime?
I don't know. I don't see why he shouldn't be.
He seemed to me an honest man.
Another person may seem to you dishonest, and yet not be so.
There was a pause, for he had hesitated and stopped.
In short,
resumed Tom, as if he had made up his mind,
if you come to that, perhaps I was so far from being altogether in his favour that I took him outside the door to tell him quietly that I thought he might consider himself very well off to get such a windfall as he had got from my sister, and that I hoped he would make good use of it. You remember whether I took him out or not. I say nothing against the man. He may be a very good fellow, for anything I know. I hope he is.
Was he offended by what you said?
No, he took it pretty well. He was civil enough. Where are you, Lou?
He sat up in bed and kissed her.
Good night, my dear. Good night.
You have nothing more to tell me?
No. What should I have? You wouldn't have me tell you a lie.
I wouldn't have you do that tonight, Tom, of all the nights in your life, many and much happier as I hope they will be.
Thank you, my dear Lou. I'm so tired that I'm sure I wonder I don't say anything to get to sleep. Go to bed, go to bed.
Kissing her again, he turned round, drew the coverlet over his head, and lay as still as if that time had come by which she had adjured him. She stood for some time at the bedside before she slowly moved away. She stopped at the door, looked back when she had opened it, and asked him if he had called her. But he lay still, and she softly closed the door and returned to her room. Then the wretched boy looked cautiously up and found her gone, crept out of bed, fastened his door, and threw himself upon his pillow again, tearing his hair, morosely crying, grudgingly loving her, hatefully but impenitently spurning himself, and no less hatefully and unprofitably spurning all the good in the world. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 9. Hearing the last of it. Mrs. Sparsit, lying by to recover the tone of her nerves in Mr. Bounderby's retreat, kept such a sharp look-out night and day under her Coriolanian eyebrows, that her eyes, like a couple of lighthouses on an iron-bound coast, might have warned all prudent mariners from that bold rock her Roman nose, and the dark and craggy region in its neighbourhood, but for the placidity of her manner. Although it was hard to believe that her retiring for the night could be anything but a form, so severely wide awake were those classical eyes of hers, and so impossible did it seem that her rigid nose could yield to any relaxing influence, yet her manner of sitting, smoothing her uncomfortable, not to say gritty, mittens, they were constructed of a cool fabric like a meat-safe, or of ambling to unknown places of destination with her foot in her cotton stirrup, was so perfectly serene that most observers would have been constrained to suppose her a dove, embodied by some freak of nature in the earthly tabernacle of a bird of the hook-beaked order. She was a most wonderful woman for prowling about the house. How she got from story to story was a mystery beyond solution. A lady so decorous in herself, and so highly connected, was not to be suspected of dropping over the banisters or sliding down them. Yet her extraordinary facility of locomotion suggested the wild idea. Another noticeable circumstance in Mrs. Sparsit was that she was never hurried. She would shoot with consummate velocity from the roof to the hall, yet would be in full possession of her breath and dignity on the moment of her arrival there. Neither was she ever seen by human vision to go at a great pace. She took very kindly to Mr. Harthouse, and had some pleasant conversation with him soon after her arrival. She made him her stately curtsy in the garden, one morning before breakfast.
"It appears but yesterday, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit,
"that I had the honour of receiving you at the bank, when you were so good as to wish to be made acquainted with Mr. Bounderby's address."
An occasion, I am sure, not to be forgotten by myself in the course of ages,
said Mr. Harthouse, inclining his head to Mrs. Sparsit with the most indolent of all possible airs.
"We live in a singular world, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit.
I have had the honour, by a coincidence of which I am proud, to have made a remark, similar in effect, though not so epigrammatically expressed.
"A singular world, I would say, sir,"
pursued Mrs. Sparsit, after acknowledging the compliment with a drooping of her dark eyebrows, not altogether so mild in its expression as her voice was in its dulcet tones.
"As regards the intimacies we form at one time with individuals we were quite ignorant of at another. I recall, sir, that on that occasion you went so far as to say you were actually apprehensive of Miss Gradgrind."
Your memory does me more honour than my insignificance deserves. I availed myself of your obliging hints to correct my timidity, and it is unnecessary to add that they were perfectly accurate. Mrs. Sparsit's talent in fact for anything requiring accuracy with a combination of strength of mind and family, is too habitually developed to admit of any question.
He was almost falling asleep over this compliment. It took him so long to get through, and his mind wandered so much in the course of its execution.
"You found Miss Gradgrind—I really cannot call her Mrs. Bounderby. It's very absurd of me—as youthful as I described her?"
You drew her portrait perfectly,
said Mr. Harthouse.
Presented her dead image.
"Very engaging, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, causing her mittens slowly to revolve over one another.
Highly so.
"It used to be considered,"
said Mrs. Sparsit,
"that Miss Gradgrind was wanting in animation, but I confess she appears to me considerably and strikingly improved in that respect. Ay, and indeed here is Mr. Bounderby,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit, nodding her head a great many times, as if she had been talking and thinking of no one else.
"How do you find yourself this morning, sir? Pray let us see you cheerful, sir."
Now these persistent assuagements of his misery and lightenings of his load had by this time begun to have the effect of making Mr. Bounderby softer than usual toward Mrs. Sparsit, and harder than usual to most other people from his wife downward. So when Mrs. Sparsit said, with forced lightness of heart,
"You want your breakfast, sir, but I dare say Miss Gradgrind will soon be here to preside at the table,"
Mr. Bounderby replied,
"If I waited to be taken care of by my wife, ma'am, I believe you know pretty well I should wait till doomsday. So I'll trouble you to take charge of the teapot."
Mrs. Sparsit complied, and assumed her old position at table. This again made the excellent woman vastly sentimental. She was so humble withal, that when Louisa appeared, she rose, protesting she never could think of sitting in that place under existing circumstances, often as she had had the honour of making Mr. Bounderby's breakfast, before Mrs. Gradgrind. She begged pardon. She meant to say Miss Bounderby. She hoped to be excused, but she really could not get it right yet, though she trusted to become familiar with it by and by, had assumed her present position. It was only, she observed, because Miss Gradgrind happened to be a little late, and Mr. Bounderby's time was so very precious, and she knew it of old to be so essential that he should have breakfast to the moment, that she had taken the liberty of complying with his request, long as his will had been a law to her.
There, stop where you are, ma'am,
said Bounderby.
Stop where you are. Mrs. Bounderby will be very glad to be relieved of the trouble, I believe.
Don't say that, sir,
returned Mrs. Sparsit, almost with severity.
because that is very unkind to Mrs. Bounderby, and to be unkind is not to be you, sir.
You may set your mind at rest, ma'am. You can take it very quietly, can't you, Lou?
said Mr. Bounderby in a blustering way to his wife.
Of course. It is of no moment. Why should it be of any importance to me?
Why should it be of any importance to any one, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am?
said Mr. Bounderby, swelling with a sense of slight.
You attach too much importance to these things, ma'am. By George, you'll be corrupted in some of your notions here. You are old-fashioned, ma'am. You are behind Tom Gradgrind's children's time.
What is the matter with you?
asked Louisa, coldly surprised.
What has given you offence?
Offence?
repeated Bounderby.
Do you suppose if there was any offence given me, I shouldn't name it and request to have it corrected? I'm a straightforward man, I believe. I don't go beating about for side winds.
I suppose no one ever had occasion to think you too diffident or too delicate.
Louisa answered him composedly.
I have never made that objection to you, either as a child or as a woman. I don't understand what you would have.
Have?
returned Mr. Bounderby.
Nothing. Otherwise, don't you, Lou Bounderby, know thoroughly well that I, Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, would have it?
She looked at him, as he struck the table and made the teacups ring, with a proud colour in her face that was a new change, Mr. Harthouse thought.
You are incomprehensible this morning,
said Louisa.
Pray take no further trouble to explain yourself. I am not curious to know your meaning. What does it matter?
Nothing more was said on this theme, and Mr. Harthouse was soon idly gay on indifferent subjects. But from this day the Sparsit action upon Mr. Bounderby threw Louisa and James Harthouse more together, and strengthened the dangerous alienation from her husband and confidence against him with another, into which she had fallen by degrees so fine that she could not retrace them if she tried. But whether she ever tried or no, lay hidden in her own closed heart. Mrs. Sparsit was so much affected on this particular occasion, that, assisting Mr. Bounderby to his hat after breakfast, and being then alone with him in the hall, she imprinted a chaste kiss upon his hand, murmured,
My benefactor,
and retired, overwhelmed with grief. Yet it is an indubitable fact, within the cognizance of this history, that 5 minutes after he had left the house in the self-same hat, the same descendant of the Scadgerses, and connection by matrimony of the Powlers, shook her right-hand mitten at his portrait, made a contemptuous grimace at that work of art, and said,
Serve you right, you noodle, and I am glad of it.
Mr. Bounderby had not been long gone when Bitzer appeared. Bitzer had come down by train, shrieking and rattling over the long line of arches that bestrode the wild country of past and present coal-pits, with an express from Stone Lodge. It was a hasty note to inform Louisa that Mrs. Gradgrind lay very ill. She had never been well within her daughter's knowledge, but she had declined within the last few days, had continued sinking all through the night, and was now as nearly dead as her limited capacity of being in any state that implied the ghost of an intention to get out of it allowed. Accompanied by the lightest of porters, fit colourless servitor at death's door when Mrs. Gradgrind knocked, Louisa rumbled to Coketown, over the coal-pits past and present, and was whirled into its smoky jaws. She dismissed the messenger to his own devices, and rode away to her old home. She had seldom been there since her marriage, Her father was usually sifting and sifting at his parliamentary cinder-heap in London, without being observed to turn up many precious articles among the rubbish, and was still hard at it in the national dust-yard. Her mother had taken it rather as a disturbance than otherwise to be visited, as she reclined upon her sofa. Young people Louisa felt herself all unfit for. Sissy she had never softened to again since the night when the stroller's child had raised her eyes to look at Mr. Bounderby's intended wife. She had no inducements to go back, and had rarely gone. Neither, as she approached her old home now, did any of the best influences of old home descend upon her. The dreams of childhood, its airy fables, its graceful, beautiful, humane, impossible adornments of the world beyond, so good to be believed in once, so good to be remembered when outgrown, for then the least among them rises to the stature of a great charity in the heart, suffering little children to come into the midst of it, and to keep with their pure hands a garden in the stony ways of this world, wherein it were better for all the children of Adam that they should oftener sun themselves, simple and trustful and not worldly wise. What had she to do with these? Remembrances of how she had journeyed to the little that she knew, by the enchanted roads of what she and millions of innocent creatures had hoped and imagined, of how, first coming upon reason through the tender light of fancy, she had seen it a beneficent god, deferring to gods as great as herself; not a grim idol, cruel and cold, with its victims bound hand to foot, and its big dumb shape set up with a sightly stare, never to be moved by anything but so many calculated tons of leverage. What had she to do with these? Her remembrances of home and childhood were remembrances of the drying up of every spring and fountain in her young heart as it gushed out. The golden waters were not there. They were flowing for the fertilization of the land where grapes are gathered from thorns and figs from thistles. She went, with a heavy, hardened kind of sorrow upon her, into the house and into her mother's room. Since the time of her leaving home, Sissy had lived with the rest of the family on equal terms. Sissy was at her mother's side, and Jane, her sister, now 10 or 12 years old, was in the room. There was great trouble before it could be made known to Mrs. Gradgrind that her eldest child was there. She reclined, propped up, from mere habit, on a couch, as nearly in her old usual attitude as anything so helpless could be kept in. She had positively refused to take to her bed, on the ground that if she did, she would never hear the last of it. Her feeble voice sounded so far away in her bundle of shawls, and the sound of another voice addressing her seemed to take such a long time in getting down to her ears, that she might have been lying at the bottom of a well. The poor lady was nearer truth than she ever had been, which had much to do with it. On being told that Mrs. Bounderby was there, she replied, at cross purposes, that she had never called him by that name since he married Louisa, that, pending her choice of an objectionable name, she had called him J, and that she could not at present depart from that regulation, not being yet provided with a permanent substitute. Louisa had sat by her for some minutes, and had spoken to her often, before she arrived at a clear understanding who it was. She then seemed to come to it all at once.
"Well, my dear,"
said Mrs. Gradgrind,
"and I hope you are going on satisfactorily to yourself. It was all your father's doing. He set his heart upon it, and he ought to know."
I want to hear of you, mother, not of myself.
"You want to hear of me, my dear? That's something new, I am sure, when anybody wants to hear of me. Not at all well, Louisa, very faint and giddy."
Are you in pain, dear mother?
I think there's a pain somewhere in the room,
said Mrs. Gradgrind.
but I couldn't positively say that I have got it.
After this strange speech she lay silent for some time. Louisa, holding her hand, could feel no pulse, but kissing it, could see a slight thin thread of life in fluttering motion.
You very seldom see your sister,
said Mrs. Gradgrind.
She grows like you. I wish you would look at her. Sissy, bring her here.
She was brought, and stood with her hand in her sister's. Louisa had observed her with her arm round Sissy's neck, and she felt the difference of this approach.
Do you see the likeness, Louisa?
Yes, mother, I should think her like me, but—
Ah, yes, I always say so.
Mrs. Gradgrind cried with unexpected quickness.
And that reminds me, I want to speak to you, my dear. Sissy, my good girl, leave us alone for a minute.
Louisa had relinquished the hand, had thought that her sister's was a better and brighter face than hers had ever been, had seen in it, not without a rising feeling of resentment, even in that place and at that time, something of the gentleness of the other face in the room, the sweet face with the trusting eyes, made paler than watching and sympathy made it by the rich dark hair. Left alone with her mother, Louisa saw her lying with an awful lull upon her face, like one who was floating away under some great water, all resistance over, content to be carried down the stream. She put the shadow of a hand to her lips again, and recalled her.
You were going to speak to me, mother.
Eh? Yes, to be sure, my dear. You know your father is almost always away now, and therefore I must write to him about it.
About what, mother? Don't be troubled. About what?
You must remember, my dear, that whenever I have said anything on any subject, I have never heard the last of it, and consequently that I have long left off saying anything.
I can hear you, mother.
But it was only by dint of bending down to her ear, and at the same time attentively watching the lips as they moved, that she could link such faint and broken sounds into any chain of connection.
You learnt a great deal, Louisa, and so did your brother. Ologies of all kinds from morning to night. If there is any ology left of any description that has not been worn to rags in this house, all I can say is, I hope I shall never hear its name.
I can hear you, mother, when you have strength to go on.
This to keep her from floating away.
But there is something, not an ology at all, that your father has missed or forgotten, Louisa. I don't know what it is. I have often sat with Sissy near me and thought about it. I shall never get its name now, but your father may. It makes me restless. I want to write to him to find out for God's sake what it is. Give me a pen, give me a pen.
Even the power of restlessness was gone, except from the poor head, which could just turn from side to side. She fancied, however, that her request had been complied with, and that the pen she could not have held was in her hand. It matters little what figures of wonderful no meaning she began to trace upon her wrappers. The hand soon stopped in the midst of them. The light that had always been feeble and dim behind the weak transparency went out, and even Mrs. Gradgrind emerged from the shadow in which man walketh and disquieteth himself in vain, took upon her the dread solemnity of the sages and patriarchs. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 10. Mrs. Sparsit's Staircase. Mrs. Sparsit's nerves began slow to recover their tone. The worthy woman made a stay of some weeks in duration at Mr. Bounderby's retreat, where, notwithstanding her anchorite turn of mind, based upon her becoming consciousness of her altered state, she resigned herself, with noble fortitude, to lodging, as one may say, in clover, and feeding on the fat of the land. During the whole term of this recess from the guardianship of the bank, Mrs. Sparsit was a pattern of consistency, continuing to take such pity on Mr. Bounderby to his face, as is rarely taken on man, and to call his portrait a noodle to its face, with the greatest acrimony and contempt. Mr. Bounderby, having got it into his explosive composition that Mrs. Sparsit was a highly superior woman, to perceive that he had that general cross upon him in his deserts, for he had not yet settled what it was, and further that Louisa would have objected to her as a frequent visitor, if it had comported with his greatness that she should object to anything he chose to do, resolved not to lose sight of Mrs. Sparsit easily. So when her nerves were strung up to the pitch of again consuming sweetbreads in solitude, he said to her at the dinner-table, on the day before her departure,
"I tell you what, ma'am, you shall come down here of a Saturday, while the fine weather lasts, and stay till Monday."
To which Mrs. Sparsit returned, in effect, though not of the Mohammedan persuasion,
"To hear is to obey."
Now Mrs. Sparsit was not a poetical woman, but she took an idea in the nature of an allegorical fancy into her head. Much watching of Louisa, and much consequent observation of her impenetrable demeanour, which keenly whetted and sharpened Mrs. Sparsit's edge, must have given her, as it were, a lift in the way of inspiration. She erected in her mind a mighty staircase, with a dark pit of shame and ruin at the bottom, and down those stairs, from day to day and hour to hour, she saw Louisa coming. It became the business of Mrs. Sparsit's life to look up at her staircase, and to watch Louisa coming down, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly, sometimes several steps at one bout, sometimes stopping, never turning back. If she had once turned back, it might have been the death of Mrs. Sparsit in spleen and grief. She had been descending steadily to the day and on the day when Mr. Bounderby issued the weekly invitation recorded above. Mrs. Sparsit was in good spirits, and inclined to be conversational.
"And pray, sir," said
she,
"if I may venture to ask a question appertaining to any subject on which you show reserve, which is indeed hardly in me, for I well know you have a reason for everything you do, have you received intelligence respecting the robbery?"
"Why, ma'am, no, not yet. Under the circumstances, I didn't expect it yet. Rome wasn't built in a day, ma'am."
"Very true, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, shaking her head.
"Nor yet in a week, ma'am."
"No, indeed, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit, with a gentle melancholy upon her.
"In a similar manner, ma'am,"
said Bounderby,
"I can wait, you know. If Romulus and Remus could wait, Josiah Bounderby can wait. They were better off in their youth than I was, however. They had a she-wolf for a nurse. I had only a she-wolf for a grandmother. She didn't give any milk, ma'am, she gave bruises. She was a regular Alderney at that."
"Ah!"
Mrs. Sparsit sighed and shuddered.
"No, ma'am,"
continued Bounderby,
"I have not heard anything more about it. It's in hand, though, and young Tom, who rather sticks to business at present, something new for him, he hadn't the schooling I had, is helping. My injunction is, keep it quiet, and let it seem to blow over. Do what you like under the rose, but don't give a sign of what you're about, or 100 of 'em will combine together, and get this feller, who was bolted, out of reach for good. Keep it quiet, and the thieves will grow in confidence by little and little, and we shall have 'em."
"Very sagacious, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit.
"Very interesting. The old woman you mentioned, sir?"
"The old woman I mentioned, ma'am,"
said Bounderby, cutting the matter short, as it was nothing to boast about.
is not laid hold of. But she may take her oath she will be, if that's any satisfaction to her villainous old mind. In the meantime, ma'am, I am of the opinion, if you ask me my opinion, that the less she's talked about, the better."
The same evening Mrs. Sparsit, in her chamber window, resting from her packing operations, looked towards her great staircase, and saw Louisa still descending. She sat by Mr. Harthouse, in an alcove in the garden, talking very low. He stood leaning over her, as they whispered together, and his face almost touched her hair.
"If not quite,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, straining her hawk's eyes to the utmost. Mrs. Sparsit was too distant to hear a word of their discourse, or even to know that they were speaking softly, otherwise than from the expression of their figures. But what they said was this.
"You recollect the man, Mr. Harthouse?"
"Oh, perfectly."
"His face, and his manner, and what he said?"
"Perfectly. And an infinitely dreary person he appeared to me to be, lengthy and prosy in the extreme. It was knowing to hold forth in the humble virtue school of eloquence. But I assure you I thought at the time, my good fellow, you are overdoing this."
"It has been very difficult to me to think ill of that man."
"My dear Louisa, as Tom says—"
Which he never did say.
"You know no good of the fellow?"
"No, certainly."
"Nor of any other such person?"
"How can I?"
she returned, with more of her first manner on her than he had lately seen.
"When I know nothing of them, men or women."
"My dear Louisa, then consent to receive the submissive representation of your devoted friend, who knows something of the several varieties of his excellent fellow creatures, for excellent they are, I am quite ready to believe, in spite of such little foibles, are as always helping themselves to what they can get hold of. This fellow talks. Well, every fellow talks. He professes morality. Well, all sorts of humbugs profess morality. From the House of Commons to the House of Correction there is a general profession of morality, except among our people. It really is that exception which makes our people quite reviving. You saw and heard the case? He was one of the fluffy classes, pulled up extremely short by my esteemed friend Mr. Bounderby, who, as we know, is not possessed of that delicacy which would soften so tight a hand. The member of the fluffy classes was injured, exasperated, left the house grumbling, met somebody who proposed to him to go in for some share of this bank business, went in, put something in his pocket which had nothing in it before, and relieved his mind extremely. Really he would have been an uncommon instead of a common fellow if he had not availed himself of such an opportunity. Or he may have originated altogether, if he had the cleverness."
"I almost feel as though it must be bad in me,"
returned Louisa, after sitting thoughtful a while,
"to be so ready to agree with you, and to be so lightened in my heart by what you say."
"I only say what is reasonable, nothing worse. I have talked it over with my friend Tom more than once. Of course I remain on terms of perfect confidence with Tom, and he is quite of my opinion, and I am quite of his. Will you walk?"
They strolled away, among the lanes beginning to be indistinct in the twilight, she leaning on his arm, and she little thought how she was going down, down, down Mrs. Sparsit's staircase. Night and day Mrs. Sparsit kept it standing. When Louisa had arrived at the bottom and disappeared in the gulf, it might fall in upon her if it would. But until then, there it was to be, a building, before Mrs. Sparsit's eyes, and there Louisa always was upon it, and always gliding down, down, down. Mrs. Sparsit saw James Harthouse come and go. She heard of him here and there, she saw the changes of the face he had studied. She, too, remarked to a nicety how and when it clouded, how and when it cleared. She kept her black eyes wide open, with no touch of pity, with no touch of compunction, all absorbed in interest. in the interest of seeing her, ever drawing, with no hand to stay her, nearer and nearer to the bottom of this new giant's staircase. With all her deference for Mr. Bounderby, as contradistinguished from his portrait, Mrs. Sparsit had not the smallest intention of interrupting the descent. Eager to see it accomplished, and yet patient, she waited for the last fall, as for the ripeness and fullness of the harvest of her hopes. Hushed in expectancy, she kept her wary gaze upon the stairs, and seldom so much as darkly shook her right mitten, with her fist in it, at the figure coming down. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11. Lower and Lower. The figure descended the great stairs steadily, steadily, always verging, like a weight in deep water, to the black gulf at the bottom. Mr. Gradgrind, apprised of his wife's decease, made an expedition from London, and buried her in a business-like manner. He then returned with promptitude to the national cinder-heap, and resumed his sifting for the odds and ends he wanted, and his throwing of the dust about into the eyes of other people who wanted other odds and ends, in fact, resumed his parliamentary duties. In the meantime, Mrs. Sparsit kept unwinking watch and ward. Separated from her staircase all the week by the length of iron road dividing Coketown from the country house, she yet maintained her cat-like observation of Louisa, through her husband, through her brother, through James Harthouse, through the outsides of letters and packets, through everything animate and inanimate that at any time went near the stairs.
"Your foot on the last step, my lady,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, apostrophizing the descending figure with the aid of her threatening mitten.
"and all your art shall never blind me."
Art or nature, though, the original stock of Louisa's character, or the graft of circumstances upon it, her curious reserve did baffle, while it stimulated, one as sagacious as Mrs. Sparsit. There were times when Mr. James Harthouse was not sure of her. There were times when he could not read the face he had studied so long, and when this lonely girl was a greater mystery to him than any woman of the world with a ring of satellites to help her. So time went on, until it happened that Mr. Bounderby was called away from home by business which required his presence elsewhere for 3 or 4 days. It was on a Friday that he intimated this to Mrs. Sparsit at the bank, adding,
"But you'll go down to-morrow, ma'am, all the same. You'll go down just as if I was there. It will make no difference to you."
"Pray, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit, reproachfully,
"let me beg you not to say that. Your absence will make a vast difference to me, sir, as I think you very well know."
"Well, ma'am, then you must get on in my absence as well as you can,"
said Mr. Bounderby, not displeased.
"Mr. Bounderby,"
retorted Mrs. Sparsit,
"your will is to me a law, sir. Otherwise it might be my inclination to dispute your kind commands, not feeling sure that it will be quite so agreeable to Miss Gradgrind to receive me, as it ever is to your own munificent hospitality. But you shall say no more, sir. I will go upon your invitation."
"Why, when I invite you to my house, ma'am,"
said Bounderby, opening his eyes,
"I should hope you'd want no other invitation."
"No, indeed, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
"I should hope not. Say no more, sir. I would, sir, I could see you gay again."
"What do you mean, ma'am?"
blustered Bounderby.
"Sir,"
rejoined Mrs. Sparsit.
There was wont to be an elasticity in you which I sadly miss. Be buoyant, sir.
Mr. Bounderby, under the influence of this difficult adjuration, backed up by her compassionate eye, could only scratch his head in a feeble and ridiculous manner, and afterwards assert himself at a distance, by being heard to bully the small fry of business all the morning.
Bit, sir,
said Mrs. Sparsit that afternoon, when her patron was gone on his journey, and the bank was closing.
Present my compliments to young Mr. Thomas, and ask him if he would step up and partake of a lamb chop and walnut catsup, with a glass of India ale.
Young Mr. Thomas, being usually ready for anything in that way, returned a gracious answer, and followed on its heels.
Mr. Thomas,
said Mrs. Sparsit,
these plain viands being on table, I thought you might be tempted.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparsit,
said the whelp, and gloomily fell to.
How is Mr. Harthouse, Mr. Tom?
asked Mrs. Sparsit.
Oh, he's all right,
said Tom.
Where may he be at present?
Mrs. Sparsit asked, in a light conversational manner, after mentally devoting the whelp to the Furies for being so uncommunicative.
He's shooting at Yorkshire,
said Tom.
Sent Lou a basket half as big as a church yesterday.
The kind of gentleman, now,
said Mrs. Sparsit sweetly,
whom one might wager to be a good shot.
Crack,
said Tom. He had long been a down-looking young fellow, but this characteristic had so increased of late that he never raised his eyes to any face for 3 seconds together. Mrs. Sparsit consequently had ample means of watching his looks, if she were so inclined.
Mr. Harthouse is a great favourite of mine,
said Mrs. Sparsit,
as indeed he is of most people. May we expect to see him again shortly, Mr. Tom?
Why, I expect to see him tomorrow,
returned the whelp.
Good news,
cried Mrs. Sparsit blandly.
I've got an appointment with him, to meet him in the evening at the station here,
said Tom.
And I'm going to dine with him afterwards, I believe. He's not coming down to the country house for a week or so, being due somewhere else. At least, he says so, but I shouldn't wonder if he was to stop here over Sunday and stray that way.
Which reminds me,
said Mrs. Sparsit.
Would you remember a message to your sister, Mr. Tom, if I was to charge you with one?
Well, I'll try,
returned the reluctant whelp.
If it isn't a long un.
It is merely my respectful compliments,
said Mrs. Sparsit.
And I fear I may not trouble her with my society this week, being still a little nervous, and better perhaps by my poor self.
Oh, if that's all,
observed Tom.
It wouldn't much matter, even if I was to forget it, for Lou's not likely to think of you unless she sees you.
Having paid for his entertainment with this agreeable compliment, he relapsed into a hang-dog silence until there was no more India ale left, when he said,
Well, Mrs. Sparsit, I must be off.
And went off. Next day, Saturday, Mrs. Sparsit sat at her window all day long, looking at the customers going in and out, watching the postman, keeping an eye on the general traffic of the street, revolving many things in her mind, but above all keeping her attention on her staircase. The evening come, she put on her bonnet and shawl, and went quietly out. Having her reasons for hovering in a furtive way about the station by which a passenger would arrive from Yorkshire, and for preferring to peep into it round pillars and corners, and out of ladies' waiting-room windows, to approach its precincts openly. Tom was in attendance, and loitered about until the expected train came in. It brought no Mr. Harthouse. Tom waited until the crowd had dispersed and the bustle was over, and then referred to a posted list of trains, and took counsel with porters. That done, he strolled away idly, stopping in the streets, and looking up it and down it, and lifting his hat off and putting it on again, and yawning and stretching himself, and exhibiting all the symptoms of mortal weariness to be expected in one who had still to wait until the next train should come in, an hour and 40 minutes hence.
"This is a device to keep him out of the way,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, starting from the dull office window whence she had watched him last.
"Harthouse is with his sister now."
It was the conception of an inspired moment, and she shot off with her utmost swiftness to work it out. The station for the country house was at the opposite end of the town. The time was short, the road not easy, but she was so quick in pouncing on a disengaged coach, so quick in darting out of it, producing her money, seizing her ticket, and diving into the train, that she was borne along the arches spanning the land of coal-pits past and present, as if she had been caught up in a cloud and whirled away. All the journey, immovable in the air, though never left behind, plain to the dark eyes of her mind, as the electric wires which ruled a colossal strip of music-paper out of the evening sky were plain to the dark eyes of her body, Mrs. Sparsit saw her staircase, with the figure coming down. Very near the bottom now, upon the brink of the abyss. An overcast September evening, just at nightfall, saw beneath its drooping eyelids Mrs. Sparsit glide out of her carriage, pass down the wooden steps of the little station into a stony road, cross it into a green lane, and become hidden in a summer growth of leaves and branches. One or two late birds sleepily chirping in their nests, and a bat heavily crossing and recrossing her, and the reek of her own tread in the thick dust that felt like velvet, were all Mrs. Sparsit heard or saw until she very softly closed a gate. She went up to the house, keeping within the shrubbery, and went round it, peeping between the leaves at the lower windows. Most of them were open, as they usually were in such warm weather, but there were no lights yet, and all was silent. She tried the garden with no better effect. She thought of the wood, and stole towards it, heedless of long grass and briars, of worms, snails, and slugs, and all the creeping things that be. With her dark eyes and her hook nose warily in advance of her, Mrs. Sparsit softly crushed her way through the thick undergrowth, so intent upon her object that she probably would have done no less if the wood had been a wood of adders. Hark! The smaller birds might have tumbled out of their nests, fascinated by the glittering of Mrs. Sparsit's eyes in the gloom, as she stopped and listened. Lower voices, close at hand. His voice and hers. The appointment was a device to keep the brother away. There they were, yonder, by the felled tree. Bending low among the dewy grass, Mrs. Sparsit advanced closer to them. She drew herself up, and stood behind a tree, like Robinson Crusoe in his ambuscade against the savages. So near to them that at a spring, and that no great one, she could have touched them both. He was there secretly, and had not shown himself at the house. He had come on horseback, and must have passed through the neighbouring fields, for his horse was tied to the meadow side of the fence, within a few paces.
"My dearest love,"
said he,
"what could I do? Knowing you were alone, was it possible I could stay away?"
"You may hang your head to make yourself the more attractive. I don't know what they see in you when you hold it up,"
thought Mrs. Sparsit.
"but you little think, my dearest love, whose eyes are on you."
That she hung her head was certain. She urged him to go away. She commanded him to go away, but she neither turned her face to him nor raised it. Yet it was remarkable that she sat as still as ever the amiable woman in ambuscade had seen her sit, at any period in her life. Her hands rested in one another like the hands of a statue, and even her manner of speaking was not hurried.
"My dear child,"
said Harthouse. Mrs. Sparsit saw with delight that his arm embraced her.
Will you not bear with my society for a little while?
Not here.
Where, Louisa?
Not here.
But we have so little time to make so much of, and I have come so far, and am altogether so devoted and distracted. There never was a slave at once so devoted and ill-used by his mistress. To look for your sunny welcome that has warmed me into life, and to be received in your frozen manner, is heart-rending.
Am I to say again that I must be left to myself here?
But we must meet, my dear Louisa. Where shall we meet?
They both started. The listener started guiltily too, for she thought there was another listener among the trees. It was only rain, beginning to fall fast in heavy drops.
Shall I ride up to the house a few minutes hence, innocently supposing that its master is at home, and will be charmed to receive me?
No.
Your cruel commands are implicitly to be obeyed. Though I am the most unfortunate fellow in the world, I believe to have been insensible to all other women, and to have fallen prostrate at last under the foot of the most beautiful, and the most engaging, and the most imperious. My dearest Louisa, I cannot go myself, or let you go, in this hard abuse of your power.
Mrs. Sparsit saw him detain her with his encircling arm, and heard him then and there, within her, Mrs. Sparsit's greedy hearing, tell her how he loved her, and how she was the stake for which he ardently desired to play away all that he had in life. The objects he had lately pursued turned worthless beside her. Such success as was almost in his grasp he flung away from him like the dirt it was, compared with her. Its pursuit, nevertheless, if it kept him near her, or its renunciation if it took him from her, or flight if she shared it, or secrecy if she commanded it, or any fate, or every fate, was all alike to him, so that she was true to him. The man who had seen how cast away she was, whom she had inspired at their first meeting with an admiration, an interest, of which he had thought himself incapable, whom she had received into her confidence, who was devoted to her and adored her. All this and more in his hurry, and in hers, in the whirl of her own gratified malice, in the dread of being discovered, in the rapidly increasing noise of heavy rain among the leaves, and a thunderstorm rolling up, Mrs. Sparsit received into her mind, set off with such an unavoidable halo of confusion and indistinctness, that when at length he climbed the fence and led his horse away, she was not sure where they were to meet, or when, except that they had said it was to be that night. But one of them yet remained in the darkness before her, and while she tracked that one, she must be right.
"Oh, my dearest love,"
thought Mrs. Sparsit,
"you little think how well attended you are."
Mrs. Sparsit saw her out of the wood, and saw her enter the house. What to do next? It rained now in a sheet of water. Mrs. Sparsit's white stockings were of many colours, green predominating. Prickly things were in her shoes. Caterpillars slung themselves, in hammocks of their own making, from various parts of her dress. Rills ran from her bonnet and her Roman nose. In such condition Mrs. Sparsit stood hidden in the density of the shrubbery, considering what next. Lo, Louisa coming out of the house, hastily cloaked and muffled, and stealing away. She elopes. She falls from the lowermost stair, and is swallowed up in the gulf. Indifferent to the rain, and moving with a quick determined step, she struck into a side path parallel with the ride. Mrs. Sparsit followed in the shadow of the trees, at but a short distance, for it was not easy to keep a figure in view going quickly through the umbrageous darkness. When she stopped to close the side gate without noise, Mrs. Sparsit stopped. When she went on, Mrs. Sparsit went on. She went by the way Mrs. Sparsit had come, emerged from the green lane, crossed the stony road, and ascended the wooden steps to the railroad. A train for Coketown would come through presently, Mrs. Sparsit knew, so she understood Coketown to be her first place of destination. In Mrs. Sparsit's limp and streaming state, no extensive precautions were necessary to change her usual appearance, but she stopped under the lee of the station wall, tumbled her shawl into a new shape, and put it on over her bonnet. So disguised, she had no fear of being recognized when she followed up the railroad steps, and paid her money in the small office. Louisa sat waiting in a corner. Mrs. Sparsit sat waiting in another corner. Both listened to the thunder, which was loud, and to the rain as it washed off the roof and pattered on the parapets of the arches. 2 or 3 lamps were rained out and blown out. So both saw the lighting to advantage as it quivered and zigzagged on the iron tracks. The seizure of the station with a fit of trembling, gradually deepening to a complaint of the heart, announced the train. Fire and steam and smoke and red light, a hiss, a crash, a bell, and a shriek. Louisa put into one carriage, Mrs. Sparsit into another. The little station a desert speck in the thunderstorm. Though her teeth chattered in her head from wet and cold, Mrs. Sparsit exulted hugely. The figure had plunged down the precipice, and she felt herself, as it were, attending on the body. Could she, who had been so active in the getting up of the funeral triumph, do less than exult?
She will be at Coketown long before him,
thought Mrs. Sparsit,
though his horse is never so good. Where will she wait for him? And where will they go together? Patience, we shall see.
The tremendous rain occasioned infinite confusion when the train stopped at its destination. Gutters and pipes had burst, drains had overflowed, and streets were under water. In the first instant of alighting, Mrs. Sparsit turned her distracted eyes towards the waiting coaches, which were in great request.
She will get into one,
she considered,
and will be away before I can follow in another. At all risks of being run over, I must see the number and hear the order given to the coachman.
But Mrs. Sparsit was wrong in her calculation. Louisa got into no coach, and was already gone. The black eyes kept under the railroad carriage in which she had travelled settled upon it a moment too late. The door not being opened after several minutes, Mrs. Sparsit passed it and repassed it, saw nothing, looked in, and found it empty. Wet through and through, with her feet squelching and squashing in her shoes whenever she moved, with a rash of rain upon her classical visage, with a bonnet like an overripe fig, with all her clothes spoiled, with damp impressions of every button, string, and hook and eye she wore printed off upon her highly connected back, with a stagnant verdure on her general exterior, such as accumulates on an old park fence in a mouldy lane, Mrs. Sparsit had no resource but to burst into tears of bitterness, and say,
I have lost her.
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12. Down. The national dustmen, after entertaining one another with a great many noisy little fights among themselves, had dispersed for the present, and Mr. Gradgrind was at home for the vacation. He sat writing in the room with the deadly statistical clock, proving something, no doubt, probably, in the main, that the Good Samaritan was a bad economist. The noise of the rain did not disturb him much, but it attracted his attention sufficiently to make him raise his head sometimes, as if he were rather remonstrating with the elements. When it thundered very loudly, he glanced towards Coketown, having it in his mind that some of the tall chimneys might be struck by lightning. The thunder was rolling into distance, and the rain was pouring down like a deluge, when the door of his room opened. He looked round the lamp upon his table, and saw, with amazement, his eldest daughter.
"Louisa!"
Father, I want to speak to you.
"What is the matter? How strange you look, and, good heaven!"
said Mr. Gradgrind, wondering more and more.
"Have you come here exposed to this storm?"
She put her hands to her dress, as if she hardly knew.
Yes.
Then she uncovered her head, and letting her cloak and hood fall where they might, stood looking at him, so colourless, so dishevelled, so defiant and despairing, that he was afraid of her.
"What is it? I conjure you, Louisa, tell me what is the matter."
She dropped into a chair before him, and put her cold hand on his arm.
Father, you have trained me from my cradle.
"Yes, Louisa."
I curse the hour in which I was born to such a destiny.
He looked at her in doubt and dread, vacantly repeating,
"Curse the hour? Curse the hour?"
How could you give me life, and take from me all the inappreciable things that raise it from the state of conscious death? Where are the graces of my soul? Where are the sentiments of my heart? What have you done, O Father, what have you done with the garden that should have bloomed once, in this great wilderness here?
She struck herself with both her hands upon her bosom.
If it had ever been here, its ashes alone would save me from the void in which my whole life sinks. I did not mean to say this, but, Father, you remember the last time we conversed in this room?
He had been so wholly unprepared for what he heard now, that it was with difficulty he answered.
"Yes, Louisa."
What has risen to my lips now would have risen to my lips then if you had given me a moment's help. I don't reproach you, Father. What you have never nurtured in me, you have never nurtured in yourself. But oh, if you had only done so long ago, or if you had only neglected me, what a much better and much happier creature I should have been this day.
On hearing this, after all his care, he bowed his head upon his hand and groaned aloud.
Father, if you had known, when we were last together here, what even I feared while I strove against it, as it has been my task from infancy to strive against every natural prompting that has arisen in my heart, if you had known that there lingered in my breast sensibilities, affections, weaknesses capable of being cherished into strength, defying all the calculations ever made by man, and no more known to his arithmetic than his Creator is, would you have given me to the husband who I am now sure that I hate?" he said.
"No, no, my poor child."
"Would you have doomed me at any time to the frost and blight that have hardened and spoiled me? Would you have robbed me, for no one's enrichment, only for the greater desolation of this world, of the immaterial part of my life, the spring and summer of my belief, my refuge from what is sordid and bad in the real things around me, my school in which I should have learned to be more humble and more trusting with them, and to hope in my little sphere to make them better?"
"Oh, no, 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 Louisa!"
Yet, Father, if I had been stone blind, if I had groped my way by my sense of touch and had been free, while I knew the shapes and surfaces of things, to exercise my fancy somewhat in regard to them, I should have been 1,000,000 times wiser, happier, more loving, more contented, more innocent and human in all good respects than I am with the eyes I have. Now hear what I have come to say."
He moved to support her with his arm. She, rising as he did so, they stood close together, she with a hand upon his shoulder, looking fixedly in his face.
"With a hunger and thirst upon me, Father, which have never been for a moment appeased, with an ardent impulse towards some region where rules and figures and definitions were not quite absolute, I have grown up, battling every inch of the way."
"I never knew you were unhappy, my child."
"Father, I always knew it. In this strife I have almost repulsed and crushed my better angel into a demon. What I have learned has left me doubting, misbelieving, despising, regretting what I have not learned, and my dismal resource has been to think that life would soon go by, and that nothing in it could be worth the pain and trouble of a contest.
"And you so young, Louisa,"
he said, with pity.
"And I so young. In this condition, father, for I show you now, without fear or favour, the ordinary deadened state of my mind as I know it, you proposed my husband to me. I took him. I never made a pretence to him or you that I loved him. I knew, and father, you knew, and he knew that I never did. I was not wholly indifferent, for I had a hope of being pleasant and useful to Tom. I made that wild escape into something visionary, and have slowly found out how wild it was. But Tom had been the subject of all the little tenderness of my life. Perhaps he became so because I knew so well how to pity him. It matters little now, except as it may dispose you to think more leniently of his errors."
As her father held her in his arms, she put her other hand upon his other shoulder, and still looking fixedly in his face, went on.
"When I was irrevocably married, there rose up into rebellion against the tie the old strife, made fiercer by all those causes of disparity which arise out of our two individual natures, and which no general laws shall ever rule or state for me, father, until they shall be able to direct the anatomist where to strike his knife into the secrets of my soul."
"Louisa,"
he said, and said imploringly, for he well remembered what had passed between them in their former interview,
"I do not reproach you, father. I make no complaint. I am here with another object."
"What can I do, child? Ask me what you will."
"I am coming to it. Father, chance then threw into my way a new acquaintance, a man such as I had had no experience of, used to the world, light, polished, easy, making no pretences, avowing the low estimate of everything that I was half afraid to form in secret, conveying to me almost immediately, though I don't know how or by what degrees, that he understood me and read my thoughts. I could not find that he was worse than I. There seemed to be a near affinity between us. I only wondered it should be worth his while, who cared for nothing else, to care so much for me."
"For you, Louisa."
Her father might instinctively have loosened his hold, but that he felt her strength departing from her, and saw a wild dilating fire in the eyes steadfastly regarding him.
"I say nothing of his plea for claiming my confidence. It matters very little how he gained it. Father, he did gain it. What you know of the story of my marriage, he soon knew, just as well."
Her father's face was ashy white, and he held her in both his arms.
"I have done no worse. I have not disgraced you. But if you ask me whether I have loved him, or do love him, I tell you plainly, father, that it may be so. I don't know."
She took her hands suddenly from his shoulders, and pressed them both upon her side, while in her face, not like itself, and in her figure drawn up, resolute to finish by a last effort what she had to say, the feelings long suppressed broke loose.
"This night, my husband being away, he has been with me, declaring himself my lover. This minute he expects me, for I could release myself of his presence by no other means. I do not know that I am sorry. I do not know that I am ashamed. I do not know that I am degraded in my own esteem. All that I know is your philosophy and your teaching will not save me. Now, father, you have brought me to this. Save me by some other means."
He tightened his hold in time to prevent her sinking on the floor, but she cried out in a terrible voice,
"I shall die if you hold me. Let me fall upon the ground."
And he laid her down there, and he saw the pride of his heart and the triumph of his system lying an insensible heap at his feet. End of Chapter 12. End of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Book 3, Garnering. Chapter 1. Another Thing Needful. Louisa awoke from a torpor, and her eyes languidly opened on her old bed at home, and her old room. It seemed at first as if all that had happened since the days when these objects were familiar to her were the shadows of a dream, but gradually, as the objects became more real to her sight, the events became more real to her mind. She could scarcely move her head for pain and heaviness, her eyes were strained and sore, and she was very weak. A curious, passive inattention had such possession of her, that presence of her little sister in the room did not attract her notice for some time. Even when their eyes had met, and her sister had approached the bed, Louisa lay for minutes looking at her in silence, and suffering her timidly to hold her passive hand, before she asked,
"When was I brought to this room?"
"Last night, Louisa."
"Who brought me here?"
"Sissy, I believe."
"Why do you believe so?"
"Because I found her here this morning. She didn't come to my bedside to wake me, as she always does, and I went to look for her. She was not in her own room either, and I went looking for her all over the house, until I found her here taking care of you and cooling your head. Will you see father? Sissy said I was to tell him when you woke."
"What a beaming face you have, Jane,"
said Louisa, as her young sister, timidly still, bent down to kiss her.
"Have I? I'm very glad you think so. I am sure it must be Sissy's doing."
The arm Louisa had begun to twine around her neck unbent itself.
"You can tell father if you will."
Then, staying her for a moment, she said,
"It was you who made my room so cheerful, and gave it this look of welcome."
"Oh, no, Louisa. It was done before I came. It was—"
Louisa turned upon her pillow, and heard no more. When her sister had withdrawn, she turned her head back again, and lay with her face towards the door, until it opened, and her father entered. He had a jaded, anxious look upon him, and his hand, usually steady, trembled in hers. He sat down at the side of the bed, tenderly asking how she was, and dwelling on the necessity of her keeping very quiet after her agitation and exposure to the weather last night. He spoke in a subdued and troubled voice, very different from his usual dictatorial manner, and was often at a loss for words.
My dear Louisa, my poor daughter.
He was so much at a loss at that place that he stopped altogether. He tried again.
My unfortunate child.
The place was so difficult to get over that he tried again.
It would be hopeless for me, Louisa, to endeavor to tell you how overwhelmed I have been, and still am, by what broke upon me last night. The ground on which I stand has ceased to be solid under my feet. The only support on which I leaned, and the strength of which it seemed, and still does seem, impossible to question, has given way in an instant. I am stunned by these discoveries. I have no selfish meaning in what I say, but I find the shock of what broke upon me last night to be very heavy indeed.
She could give him no comfort herein. She had suffered the wreck of her whole life upon the rock.
I will not say, Louisa, that if you had by any happy chance undeceived me some time ago, it would have been better for us both, better for your peace and better for mine. For I am sensible that it may not have been a part of my system to invite any confidence of that kind. I had proved my system to myself, and I have rigidly administered it, and I must bear the responsibility of its failures. I only entreat you to believe, my favorite child, that I have meant to do right.
He said it earnestly, and to do him justice, he had. Engaging fathomless deeps with his little mean excise rod, and in staggering over the universe with his rusty stiff-legged compasses, he had meant to do great things. Within the limits of his short tether he had tumbled about, annihilating the flowers of existence with greater singleness of purpose than many of the blatant personages whose company he kept.
I am well assured of what you say, father. I know I have been your favourite child. I know you have intended to make me happy. I have never blamed you, and I never shall.
He took her outstretched hand and retained it in his.
My dear, I have remained all night at my table, pondering again and again on what has so painfully passed between us. When I consider your character, when I consider that what has been known to me for hours has been concealed by you for years, when I consider under what immediate pressure it has been forced from you at last, I come to the conclusion that I cannot but mistrust myself.
He might have added more than all, when he saw the face now looking at him. He did add it in effect, perhaps, as he softly moved her scattered hair from her forehead with his hand. Such little actions, slight in another man, were very noticeable in him, and his daughter received them as if they had been words of contrition.
But,
said Mr. Gradgrind, slowly, and with hesitation, as well as with a wretched sense of happiness,
if I see reason to mistrust myself for the past, Louisa, I should also mistrust myself for the present and the future. To speak unreservedly to you, I do. I am far from feeling convinced now, however differently I might have felt only this time yesterday, that I am fit for the trust you repose in me, that I know how to respond to the appeal you have come home to make to me, that I have the right instinct, supposing it for the moment to be some quality of that nature, how to help you and to set you right, my child.
She had turned upon her pillow, and lay her face upon her arm so that he could not see it. All her wildness and passion had subsided, but, though softened, she was not in tears. Her father was changed in nothing so much as in the respect that he would have been glad to see in her tears.
Some persons hold,
he pursued, still hesitating,
that there is a wisdom of the head, and that there is a wisdom of the heart. I have not supposed so, but, as I have said, I mistrust myself now. I have supposed the head to be all-sufficient. It may not be all-sufficient. How can I venture this morning to say that it is? If that other kind of wisdom should be what I have neglected, and should be the instinct that is wanted, Louisa.
He suggested it very doubtfully, as if he were half unwilling to admit it even now. She made him no answer, lying before him on her bed, still half dressed, much as he had seen her lying on the floor of his room last night.
Louisa.
And his hand rested on her hair again.
I have been absent from here, my dear, a good deal of late, and though your sister's training has been pursued according to the system.
He appeared to come to that word with great reluctance always.
It has necessarily been modified by daily associations begun, in her case, at an early age. I ask you, ignorantly and humbly, my daughter, for the better, do you think?
Father,
she replied, without stirring,
if any harmony has been awakened in her young breast that was mute in mine until it turned to discord, let her thank heaven for it, and go upon her happier way, taking it as her greatest blessing that she has avoided my way.
Oh, my child,
he said in a forlorn manner,
I am an unhappy man to see you thus. What avails it to me that you do not reproach me, if I so bitterly reproach myself?
He bent his head and spoke low to her.
Louisa, I have a misgiving that some change may have been slowly working out about me in this house, by mere love and gratitude, at what the head had left undone and could not do, the heart may have been doing silently. Can it be so?
She made him no reply.
I am not too proud to believe it, Louisa. How could I be arrogant, and you before me? Can it be so? Is it so, my dear?
He looked upon her once more, lying cast away there, and without another word went out of the room. He had not been long gone when she heard a light tread near the door, and knew that some one stood beside her. She did not raise her head. A dull anger that she should be seen in her distress, and that the involuntary look she had so resented should come to this fulfilment, smouldered within her like an unwholesome fire. All closely imprisoned forces rend and destroy. The air that would be healthful to the earth, the water that would enrich it, the heat that would ripen it, tear it when caged up. So in her bosom even now, the strongest qualities she possessed, long turned upon themselves, became a heap of obduracy that rose against a friend. It was well that soft touch came upon her neck, and that she understood herself to be supposed to have fallen asleep. The sympathetic hand did not claim her resentment. Let it lie there. Let it lie. It lay there, warming into life a crowd of gentler thoughts, and she rested. As she softened with the quiet, and the consciousness of being so watched, some tears made their way into her eyes. The face touched hers, and she knew that there were tears upon it too, and she the cause of them. As Louisa feigned to rouse herself and sat up, Sissy retired, so that she stood placidly near the bedside.
I hope I have not disturbed you. I've come to ask if you would let me stay with you.
Why should you stay with me? My sister will miss you. You are everything to her.
Am I?
Returned Sissy, shaking her head.
I would be something to you, if I might.
What?
Said Louisa, almost sternly.
Whatever you want most, if I could be that. I would like to try to be as near it as I can, and however far off that may be, I will never tire of trying. Will you let me?
My father sent you to ask me.
No, indeed,
replied Sissy.
He told me that I might come in now, but he sent me away from the room this morning, or at least—
She hesitated and stopped.
At least what?
Said Louisa, with her searching eyes upon her.
I thought it best myself that I should be sent away, for I felt very uncertain whether you would like to find me here.
Have I always hated you so much?
I hope not, for I've always loved you, and I've always wished that you should know it. But you changed to me a little shortly before you left home. Not that I wondered at it. You knew so much, and I knew so little, and it was so natural in many ways, going as you were among other friends, that I had nothing to complain of, and was not at all hurt.
Her colour rose as she said it modestly and hurriedly. Louisa understood the loving pretence, and her heart smote her.
May I try?
Said Sissy, emboldened to raise her hand to the neck that was insensibly drooping towards her. Louisa, taking down the hand that would have embraced her in another moment, held it in one of hers, and answered,
First, Sissy, do you know what I am? I am so proud and so hardened, so confused and troubled, so resentful and unjust to everyone and to myself, that everything is stormy, dark, and wicked to me. Does not that repel you?
No.
I am so unhappy, and all that should have made me otherwise is so laid waste, that if I had been bereft of sense to this hour, and instead of being as learned as you think me, had to begin to acquire the simplest truths, I could not want a guide to peace, contentment, honour, all the good of which I am quite devoid, more abjectly than I do. Does not that repel you?
No.
In the innocence of her brave affection, and the brimming up of her old devoted spirit, The once deserted girl shone like a beautiful light upon the darkness of the other. Louisa raised the hand that it might clasp her neck and join its fellow there. She fell upon her knees, and clinging to this stroller's child, looked up at her almost with veneration.
Forgive me, pity me, help me. Have compassion on my great need, and let me lay this head of mine upon a loving heart.
Oh, lay it here,
cried Sissy.
lay it here, my dear.
End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 2. Very Ridiculous. Mr. James Harthouse passed a whole night and a day in a state of so much hurry that the world, with its best glass in his eye, would scarcely have recognized him during that insane interval as the brother Jem of the honourable and jocular member. He was positively agitated. He several times spoke with an emphasis similar to the vulgar manner. He went in and went out in an unaccountable way like a man without an object. He rode like a highwayman. In a word, he was so horribly bored by existing circumstances that he forgot to go in for boredom in the manner prescribed by the authorities. After putting his horse at Coketown through the storm, as if it were a leap, he waited up all night, from time to time ringing his bell with the greatest fury, charging the porter who kept watch with delinquency in withholding letters or messages that could not fail to have been entrusted to him, and demanding restitution on the spot. The dawn coming, the morning coming, and the day coming, and neither message nor letter coming with either, he went down to the country house. There the report was, Mr. Bounderby away, and Mrs. Bounderby in town, left for town suddenly last evening, not even known to be gone until receipt of message, importing that her return was not to be expected for the present. In these circumstances he had nothing for it but to follow her to town. He went to the house in town. Mrs. Bounderby not there. He looked in at the bank. Mr. Bounderby away, and Mrs. Sparsit away. Mrs. Sparsit away? Who could have been reduced to sudden extremity for the company of that griffin?
Well, I don't know,
said Tom, who had his own reasons for being uneasy about it.
She was off somewhere at daybreak this morning. She's always full of mystery. I hate her. So I do that white chap. He's always got his blinking eyes upon a fellow.
Where were you last night, Tom?
Where was I last night?
Said Tom.
Come, I like that. I was waiting for you, Mr. Harthouse, till it came down as I never saw it come down before. Where was I, too? Where were you, you mean?
I was prevented from coming. Detained.
Detained?
Murmured Tom.
2 of us were detained. I was detained looking for you till I lost every train but the mail. Would have been a pleasant job to go down by that on such a night, and have to walk home through a pond. I was obliged to sleep in town after all.
Where?
Where? Why, in my own bed at Bounderby's.
Did you see your sister?
How the deuce?
Returned Tom, staring.
Could I see my sister when she was 15 miles off?
Cursing these quick retorts of the young gentleman to whom he was so true a friend, Mr. Harthouse disembarrassed himself of that interview with the smallest conceivable amount of ceremony, and debated for the 100th time what all this could mean. He made only one thing clear. It was, that whether she was in town or out of town, whether he had been premature with her who was so hard to comprehend, or she had lost courage, or they were discovered, or some mischance or mistake, at present incomprehensible, had occurred, he must remain to confront his fortune, whatever it was. The hotel where he was known to live when condemned to that region of blackness was the stake to which he was tied. As to all the rest, what will be, will be.
So, whether I am waiting for a hostile message, or an assignation, or a penitent remonstrance, or an impromptu wrestle with my friend Bounderby in the Lancashire manner, which would seem as likely as anything else in the present state of affairs, I'll dine,
said Mr. James Harthouse.
Bounderby has the advantage in point of weight, and if anything of a British nature is to come off between us, it may be as well to be in training.
Therefore he rang the bell, and tossing himself negligently on a sofa, ordered
some dinner at 6, with a beefsteak in it,
and got through the intervening time as well as he could. That was not particularly well, for he remained in the greatest perplexity, and as the hours went on, and no kind of explanation offered itself, his perplexity augmented at compound interest. However, he took affairs as coolly as it was in human nature to do, and entertained himself with the facetious idea of the training more than once.
It wouldn't be bad,
he yawned at one time,
to give the waiter 5 shillings and throw him.
At another time it occurred to him,
or a fellow of 13 or 14 stone might be hired by the hour.
But these jests did not tell materially on the afternoon, or his suspense, and sooth to say they both lagged fearfully. It was impossible, even before dinner, to avoid often walking about in the pattern of the carpet, looking out of the window, listening at the door for footsteps, and occasionally becoming rather hot when any steps approached that room. But after dinner, when the day turned to twilight, and the twilight turned to night, and still no communication was made to him, it began to be, as he expressed it,
like the holy office and slow torture.
However, still true to his conviction that indifference was the genuine high breeding, the only conviction he had, he seized this crisis as the opportunity for ordering candles and a newspaper. He had been trying in vain for half an hour to read this newspaper, when the waiter appeared and said, at once mysteriously and apologetically,
"Beg your pardon, sir. You're wanted, sir, if you please."
A general recollection that this was the kind of thing the police said to the swell mob caused Mr. Harthouse to ask the waiter in return, with bristling indignation, what the devil he meant by wanted.
"Beg your pardon, sir. Young lady outside, sir, wishes to see you."
Outside? Where?
"Outside this door, sir."
Giving the waiter to the personage before mentioned, as a blockhead duly qualified for that consignment, Mr. Harthouse hurried into the gallery. A young woman, whom he had never seen, stood there, plainly dressed, very quiet, very pretty. As he conducted her into the room and placed a chair for her, he observed, by the light of the candles, that she was even prettier than he had at first believed. Her face was innocent and youthful, and its expression remarkably pleasant. She was not afraid of him, or in any way disconcerted. She seemed to have her mind entirely preoccupied with the occasion of her visit, and to have substituted that consideration for herself.
"I speak to Mr. Harthouse?"
she said, when they were alone.
"To Mr. Harthouse,"
he added in his mind,
"and you speak to him with most confiding eyes I ever saw, and a most earnest voice, though so quiet, I ever heard."
"If I do not understand, and I do not, sir,"
said Sissy,
"what your honour as a gentleman binds you to in other matters."
The blood really rose in his face as she began in these words,
"I am sure I may rely upon it to keep my visit secret, and to keep secret what I am going to say. I will rely upon it, if you tell me I may so far trust."
"You may, I assure you."
I am young, as you see. I am alone, as you see. In coming to you, sir, I have no advice or encouragement beyond my own hope.
He thought.
But that is very strong.
As he followed the momentary upward glance of her eyes, he thought besides,
This is a very odd beginning. I don't see where we are going.
I think,
said Sissy,
you have already guessed whom I left just now.
I have been in the greatest concern and uneasiness during the past 24 hours, which have appeared as many years.
He returned.
On a lady's account. The hopes I have been encouraged to form that you come from that lady do not deceive me, I trust.
I left her within an hour.
At
her father's.
Mr. Harthouse's face lengthened in spite of his coolness, and his perplexity increased.
Then I certainly,
he thought,
do not see where we are going.
She hurried there last night. She arrived there in great agitation, and was insensible all through the night. I live at her father's, and was with her. You may be sure, sir, you will never see her again as long as you live.
Mr. Harthouse drew a long breath, and if ever man found himself in the position of not knowing what to say, made the discovery beyond all question that he was so circumstanced. The childlike ingenuousness with which his visitor spoke, her modest fearlessness, her truthfulness which put all artifice aside, her entire forgetfulness of herself in her earnest, quiet holding to the object with which she had come, all this, together with her reliance on his easily given promise, which in itself shamed him, presented something in which he was so inexperienced, and against which he knew any of his usual weapons would fall so powerless, that not a word could he rally to his relief. At last he said,
So startling an announcement, so confidently made, and by such lips, is really disconcerting in the last degree. May I be permitted to inquire, if you are charged to convey that information to me in those hopeless words, by the lady of whom we speak?
I have no charge from her.
The drowning man catches at the straw. With no disrespect for your judgment, and no doubt of your sincerity, excuse my saying that I cling to the belief that there is yet hope that I am not condemned to perpetual exile from that lady's presence.
There is not the least hope. The first object of my coming here, sir, is to assure you that you must believe that there is no more hope of your ever speaking with her again than there would be if she had died when she came home last night.
Must believe? But if I can't, or if I should, by infirmity of nature, be obstinate, and won't?
It is still true. There is no hope.
James Harthouse looked at her with an incredulous smile upon his lips, but her mind looked over and beyond him, and the smile was quite thrown away. He bit his lip, and took a little time for consideration.
Well, if it should unhappily appear,
he said,
after due pains and duty on my part, that I am brought to a position so desolate as this banishment, I shall not become the lady's persecutor. But you said you had no commission from her?
I have only the commission of my love for her, and her love for me. I have no other trust, than that I have been with her since she came home, and that she has given me her confidence. I have no further trust, than that I know something of her character and her marriage. Oh, Mr. Harthouse, I think you had that trust too.
He was touched in the cavity where his heart should have been, in that nest of addled eggs, where the birds of heaven would have lived if they had not been whistled away, by the fervour of this reproach.
I am not a moral sort of fellow,
he said,
and I never make any pretensions to the character of a moral sort of fellow. I am as immoral as need be. At the same time, in bringing any distress upon the lady who is the subject of the present conversation, or in unfortunately compromising her in any way, or in committing myself by any expression of sentiments towards her, not perfectly reconcilable with, in fact, with the domestic hearth, or in taking any advantage of her father's being a machine, or of her brother's being a whelp, or of her husband's being a bear, I beg to be allowed to assure you that I have had no particularly evil intentions, but have glided on from one step to another with a smoothness so perfectly diabolical, that I had not the slightest idea the catalogue was half so long until I began to turn it over. Whereas I find,
said Mr. James Harthouse in conclusion,
that it is really in several volumes.
Though he said all this in his frivolous way, the way seemed, for that once, a conscious polishing of but an ugly surface. He was silent for a moment, and then proceeded with a more self-possessed air, though with traces of vexation and disappointment that would not be polished out.
After what has just now been represented to me, in a manner I find it impossible to doubt. I know of hardly any other source from which I could have accepted it so readily. I feel bound to say to you, in whom the confidence you have mentioned has been reposed, that I cannot refuse to contemplate the possibility, however unexpected, of my seeing the lady no more. I am solely to blame for the thing having come to this, and I cannot say,"
he added, rather hard up for a general peroration,
"that I have any sanguine expectation of ever becoming a moral sort of fellow, or that I have any belief in any moral sort of fellow whatever."
Sissy's face sufficiently showed that her appeal to him was not finished.
"You spoke,"
he resumed, as she raised her eyes to him again,
"of your first object. I may assume that there is a second to be mentioned?"
Yes.
"Will you oblige me by confiding it?"
Mr. Harthouse,
returned Sissy, with a blending of gentleness and steadiness that quite defeated him, and with a simple confidence in his being bound to do what she required, that held him at a singular disadvantage.
the only reparation that remains with you is to leave here immediately and finally. I am quite sure that you can mitigate in no other way the wrong and harm you have done. I am quite sure that it is the only compensation you have left it in your power to make. I do not say that it is much, or that it is enough, but it is something, and it is necessary. Therefore, though without any other authority than I have given you, and even without the knowledge of any other person than yourself and myself, I ask you to depart from this place tonight, under an obligation never to return to it."
If she had asserted any influence over him beyond her plain faith in the truth and right of what she said, if she had concealed the least doubt or irresolution, or had harboured, for the best purpose, any reserve or pretence, if she had shown or felt the lightest trace of any sensitiveness to his ridicule or his astonishment, or any remonstrance he might offer, he would have carried it against her at this point. But he could as easily have changed a clear sky by looking at it in surprise as affect her.
"But do you know,"
he asked, quite at a loss,
"the extent of what you ask? You probably are not aware that I am here on a public kind of business, preposterous enough in itself, but which I have gone in for and sworn by, and am supposed to be devoted to in quite a desperate manner? You probably are not aware of that, but I assure you it's the fact."
It had no effect on Sissy, fact or no fact.
"Besides which,"
said Mr. Harthouse, taking a turn or two across the room, dubiously,
"it's so alarmingly absurd. It would make a man so ridiculous, after going in for these fellows, to back out in such an incomprehensible way."
"I am quite sure,"
repeated Sissy,
"that it is the only reparation in your power, sir. I am quite sure, or I would not have come here."
He glanced at her face, and walked about again.
"Upon my soul, I don't know what to say. So immensely absurd."
It fell to his lot now to stipulate for secrecy.
"If I were to do such a very ridiculous thing,"
he said, stopping again presently and leaning against the chimney-piece,
"it could only be in the most inviolable confidence."
"I will trust to you, sir."
returned Sissy.
"And you will trust to me."
His leaning against the chimney-piece reminded him of the night with the whelp. It was the self-same chimney-piece, and somehow he felt as if he were the whelp to-night. He could make no way at all.
"I suppose a man never was placed in a more ridiculous position,"
he said, after looking down, and looking up, and laughing, and frowning, and walking off, and walking back again.
"But I see no way out of it. What will be, will be. This will be, I suppose. I must take off myself, I imagine. In short, I engage to do it.
Sissy rose. She was not surprised by the result, but she was happy in it, and her face beamed brightly.
You will permit me to say,
continued Mr. James Harthouse,
that I doubt if any other ambassador or ambassadress could have addressed me with the same success. I must not only regard myself as being in a very ridiculous position, but as being vanquished at all points. Will you allow me the privilege of remembering my enemy's name?
My name?
said the ambassadress.
The only name I could possibly care to know to-night.
Sissy Jupe.
Pardon my curiosity at parting. Related to the family?
I am only a poor girl,
returned Sissy.
I was separated from my father. He was only a stroller, and taken pity on by Mr. Gradgrind. I have lived in the house ever since.
She was gone.
It wanted this to complete the defeat,
said Mr. James Harthouse, sinking with a resigned air on the sofa, after standing transfixed a little while.
The defeat may now be considered perfectly accomplished. Only a poor girl, only a stroller, only James Harthouse made nothing of, only James Harthouse a great pyramid of failure.
The great pyramid put it into his head to go up the Nile. He took a pen upon the instant, and wrote the following note, in appropriate hieroglyphics, to his brother.
Dear Jack, all up at Coketown, bored out of the place, and going in for camels. Affectionately, Jem.
He rang the bell.
Send my fellow here.
Gone to bed, sir.
Tell him to get up and pack up.
He wrote 2 more notes. One to Mr. Bounderby, announcing his retirement from that part of the country, and showing where he would be found for the next fortnight. The other, similar in effect, to Mr. Gradgrind. Almost as soon as the ink was dry upon their superscriptions, he had left the tall chimneys of Coketown behind, and was in a railway carriage, tearing and glaring over the dark landscape. The moral sort of fellows might suppose that Mr. James Harthouse derived some comfortable reflections afterwards from this prompt retreat, as one of his few actions that made any amends for anything, and as a token to himself that he had escaped the climax of a very bad business. But it was not so at all. A secret sense of having failed and been ridiculous, a dread of what other fellows who went in for similar sorts of things would say at his expense if they knew it, so oppressed him, that what was about the very best passage in his life was the one of all others he would not have owned to on any account, and the only one that made him ashamed of himself. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 3. Very Decided. The indefatigable Mrs. Sparsit, with a violent cold upon her, her voice reduced to a whisper, and her stately frame so racked by continual sneezes that it seemed in danger of dismemberment, gave chase to her patron until she found him in the metropolis, and there, majestically sweeping in upon him at his hotel in St. James Street, exploded the combustibles with which she was charged, and blew up. Having executed her mission with infinite relish, this high-minded woman then fainted away on Mr. Bounderby's coat-collar. Mr. Bounderby's first procedure was to shake Mrs. Sparsit off, and leave her to progress as she might through various stages of suffering on the floor. He next had recourse to the administration of potent restoratives, such as screwing the patient's thumbs, smiting her hands, abundantly watering her face, and inserting salts in her mouth. When these attentions had recovered her, which they speedily did, he hustled her into a fast train without offering any other refreshment, and carried her back to Coketown more dead than alive. Regarded as a classical ruin, Mrs. Sparsit was an interesting spectacle on her arrival at her journey's end, but, considered in any other light, the amount of damage she had by that time sustained was excessive, and impaired her claims to admiration. Utterly heedless of the wear and tear of her clothes and constitution, and adamant to her pathetic sneezes, Mr. Bounderby immediately crammed her into a coach, and bore her off to Stone Lodge.
"Now, Tom Gradgrind,"
said Bounderby, bursting into his father-in-law's room late at night,
"here's a lady here, Mrs. Sparsit. You know Mrs. Sparsit, who has something to say to you that will strike you dumb."
You have missed my letter,
exclaimed Mr. Gradgrind, surprised by the apparition.
"Missed your letter, sir?"
bawled Bounderby.
"The present time is no time for letters. No man shall talk to Josiah Bounderby of Coketown about letters, with his mind in the state it's in now."
Bounderby,
said Mr. Gradgrind, in a tone of temperate remonstrance,
I speak of a very special letter I have written to you in reference to Louisa.
"Tom Gradgrind,"
replied Bounderby, knocking the flat of his hand several times with great vehemence on the table,
"I speak of a very special messenger that has come to me in reference to Louisa. Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, stand forward."
That unfortunate lady hereupon essaying to offer testimony, without any voice, and with painful gestures expressive of an inflamed throat, became so aggravating and underwent so many facial contortions, that Mr. Bounderby, unable to bear it, seized her by the arm and shook her.
"If you can't get it out, ma'am,"
said Bounderby,
"leave me to get it out. This is not a time for a lady, however highly connected, to be totally inaudible and seemingly swallowing marbles. Tom Gradgrind, Mrs. Sparsit lately found herself, by accident, in a situation to overhear a conversation out of doors between your daughter and your precious gentleman friend, Mr. James Harthouse."
Indeed,
said Mr. Gradgrind.
"Ah, indeed,"
cried Bounderby.
"And in that conversation—"
It is not necessary to repeat its tenor, Bounderby. I know what passed.
"You do? Perhaps,"
said Bounderby, staring with all his might at his so quiet and assuasive father-in-law,
"you know where your daughter is at the present time?"
Undoubtedly. She is here.
"Here?"
My dear Bounderby, let me beg you to restrain these loud outbreaks on all accounts. Louisa is here. The moment she could detach herself from that interview with the person of whom you speak, and whom I deeply regret to have been the means of introducing to you, Louisa hurried here for protection. I myself had not been at home many hours when I received her here in this room. She hurried by the train to town. She ran from town to this house, through a raging storm, and presented herself before me in a state of distraction. Of course, she has remained here ever since. Let me entreat you, for your own sake and for hers, to be more quiet."
Mr. Bounderby silently gazed about him for some moments in every direction except Mrs. Sparsit's direction, and then, abruptly turning upon the niece of Lady Scadgers, said to that wretched woman,
"Now, ma'am, we shall be happy to hear any little apology you may think proper to offer for going about the country at express pace, with no other luggage than a cock and bull, ma'am."
"Sir,"
whispered Mrs. Sparsit,
"my nerves are at present too much shaken, and my health is at present too much impaired, in your service, to admit of my doing more than taking refuge in tears."
Which she did.
"Well, ma'am,"
said Bounderby,
"without making any observation to you that may not be made with propriety to a woman of good family, What I have got to add to that is that there is something else in which it appears to me you may take refuge, namely a coach, and the coach in which we came here being at the door, you'll allow me to hand you down to it and pack you on to the bank, where the best course for you to pursue will be to put your feet into the hottest water you can bear and take a glass of scalding rum and butter after you get into bed."
With these words Mr. Bounderby extended his right hand to the weeping lady, and escorted her to the conveyance in question, shedding many plaintive sneezes by the way. He soon returned alone.
"Now, as you showed me in your face, Tom Gradgrind, that you wanted to speak to me," he resumed, "here I am. But I am not in a very agreeable state, I tell you plainly, not relishing this business even as it is, and not considering that I am at any time as dutifully and submissively treated by your daughter as Josiah Bounderby of Coketown ought to be treated by his wife. You have your opinion, I dare say, and I have mine. I know, if you mean to say anything to me to-night that goes against this candid remark, you had better let it alone."
Mr. Gradgrind, it will be observed, being much softened, Mr. Bounderby took particular pains to harden himself at all points. It was his amiable nature.
"My dear Bounderby,"
Mr. Gradgrind began in reply.
"Now, you'll excuse me, but I don't want to be too dear. That is to start with. When I begin to be dear to a man, I generally find that his intention is to come over me. I'm not speaking to you politely, but as you are aware I am not polite. If you like politeness, you know where to get it. You have your gentleman friends, you know, and they'll serve you with as much of the article as you want. I don't keep it myself."
"Bounderby,"
urged Mr. Gradgrind,
"we are all liable for mistakes."
"I thought you couldn't make 'em,"
interrupted Bounderby.
"Perhaps I thought so. But I say we are all liable to mistakes, and I should feel sensible of your delicacy, and grateful for it, if you would spare me these references to Harthouse. I shall not associate him in our conversation with your intimacy and encouragement. Pray do not persist in connecting him with mine."
"I never mentioned his name,"
said Bounderby.
"Well, well,"
returned Mr. Gradgrind, with a patient, even a submissive air, and he sat for a little while pondering.
"Bounderby, I see reason to doubt whether we have ever quite understood Louisa."
"Who do you mean by we?"
"Let me say I, then,"
he returned, in answer to the coarsely blurted question.
"I doubt whether I have understood Louisa. I doubt whether I have been quite right in the manner of her education."
"There you hit it,"
returned Bounderby.
"There I agree with you. You've found it out at last, have you? Education? I'll tell you what education is. To be tumbled out of doors, neck and crop, and put on the shortest allowance of everything except blows. That's what I call education."
"I think your good sense will perceive,"
Mr. Gradgrind remonstrated in all humility,
"that whatever the merits of such a system may be, it would be difficult of general application to girls."
"I don't see it at all, sir,"
returned the obstinate Bounderby.
"Well,"
sighed Mr. Gradgrind,
"we will not enter into the question. I assure you I have no desire to be controversial. I seek to repair what is amiss, if I possibly can, and I hope you will assist me in a good spirit, Bounderby, for I have been very much distressed."
"I don't understand you yet,"
said Bounderby, with determined obstinacy,
"and therefore I won't make any promises."
"In the course of a few hours, my dear Bounderby,"
Mr. Gradgrind proceeded, in the same depressed and propitiatory manner,
"I appear to myself to have become better informed as to Louisa's character than in previous years. The enlightenment has been painfully forced upon me, and the discovery is not mine. I think there are, Bounderby, you will be surprised to hear me say this, I think there are qualities in Louisa which, which have been harshly neglected and a little perverted, and I would suggest to you that if you would kindly meet me in a timely endeavor to leave her to her better nature for a while, and to encourage it to develop itself by tenderness and consideration, it would be the better for the happiness of all of us. Louisa,
said Mr. Gradgrind, shading his face with his hand,
has always been my favourite child.
The blusterous Bounderby crimsoned and swelled to such an extent on hearing these words that he seemed to be, and probably was, on the brink of a fit. With his very ears a bright purple shot with crimson, he pent up his indignation, however, and said,
"You'd like to keep her here for a time?"
I had intended to recommend, my dear Bounderby, that you should allow Louisa to remain here on a visit, and be attended by Sissy, I mean, of course, Cecilia Jupe, who understands her, and in whom she trusts.
"I gather from all this, Tom Gradgrind,"
said Bounderby, standing up with his hands in his pockets,
"that you are of the opinion that there's what people call some incompatibility between Lou Bounderby and myself."
I fear there is at present a general incompatibility between Louisa and almost all the relations in which I have placed her,
was her father's sorrowful reply.
"Now look you here, Tom Gradgrind,"
said Bounderby the flushed, confronting him with his legs wide apart, his hands deeper in his pockets, and his hair like a hayfield, wherein his windy anger was boisterous.
"You have said your say. I'm going to say mine. I am a Coketown man. I am Josiah Bounderby of Coketown. I know the bricks of this town, and I know the works of this town, and I know the chimneys of this town, and I know the smoke of this town. And I know the hands of this town. I know 'em all pretty well. They're real. When a man tells me anything about imaginative qualities, I always tell that man, whoever he is, that I know what he means. He means turtle soup and venison with a gold spoon, and that he wants to be set up with a coach and six. That's what your daughter wants. Since you are of opinion that she ought to have what she wants, I recommend you to provide it for her, because, Tom Gradgrind, she will never have it from me."
Bounderby,
said Mr. Gradgrind,
I hoped, after my entreaty, you would have taken a different tone.
"Just wait a bit,"
retorted Bounderby.
"You had your say, I believe. I heard you out. Hear me out, if you please. Don't make a spectacle of unfairness as well as inconsistency, because although I am sorry to see Tom Gradgrind reduced to his present position, I should be doubly sorry to see him brought so low as that. Now, there's an incompatibility of some sort or another, I am given to understand by you, between your daughter and me. I'll give you to understand in reply to that there unquestionably is an incompatibility of the first magnitude, to be summed up in this: that your daughter don't properly know her husband's merits, and is not impressed with such a sense as would become her, by George, of the honour of his alliance. That's plain speaking, I hope."
Bounderby,
urged Mr. Gradgrind.
"This is unreasonable."
"Is it?"
said Bounderby.
"I'm glad to hear you say so, because when Tom Gradgrind, with his new lights, tells me that what I say is unreasonable, I am convinced at once it must be devilish sensible. With your permission, I'm going on. You know my origin, and you know that for a good many years of my life I didn't want a shoeing horn, in consequence of not having a shoe. Yet you may believe it or not, as you think proper, that there are ladies, born ladies, belonging to families, who next to worship the ground I walk on."
He discharged this like a rocket at his father-in-law's head.
"Whereas your daughter,"
proceeded Bounderby,
"is far from being a born lady, that you know yourself. Not that I care a pinch of candle snuff about such things, for you are very well aware I don't. But that such is the fact, and you, Tom Gradgrind, can't change it. Why do I say this?
Not, I fear,
observed Mr. Gradgrind in a low voice,
to spare me.
Hear me out,
said Bounderby,
and refrain from cutting in till your turn comes round. I say this because highly connected females have been astonished to see the way in which your daughter has conducted herself, and to witness her insensibility. They've wondered how I have suffered it, and I wonder myself now, and I won't suffer it.
Bounderby,
returned Mr. Gradgrind, rising,
the less we say to-night, the better, I think.
On the contrary, Tom Gradgrind, the more we say tonight, the better, I think. That is—
The consideration checked him.
Till I have said all I mean to say, and then I don't care how soon we stop. I come to a question that may shorten the business. What do you mean by the proposal you made just now?
What do I mean, Bounderby?
By your visiting proposition,
said Bounderby, with an inflexible jerk of the hayfield.
I mean that I hope you may be induced to arrange in a friendly manner for allowing Louisa a period of repose and reflection here, which may tend to a gradual alteration for the better in many respects.
To a softening down of your ideas of the incompatibility,
said Bounderby.
If you put it in those terms.
What made you think of this?
I have already said I fear Louisa has not been understood. Is it asking too much, Bounderby, that you, so far her elder, should aid in trying to set her right? You have accepted a great charge of her, for better, for worse, for—
Mr. Bounderby may have been annoyed by the repetition of his own words to Stephen Blackpool, but he cut the quotation short with an angry start.
Come,
said he,
I don't want to be told about that. I know what I took her for as well as you do. Never you mind what I took her for, that's my lookout.
I was merely going on to remark, Bounderby, that we may all be more or less in the wrong, not even excepting you, and that some yielding on your part, remembering the trust you have accepted, may not only be an act of true kindness, but perhaps a debt incurred towards Louisa.
I think differently,
blustered Bounderby.
I'm going to finish this business according to my own opinions. Now, I don't want to make a quarrel of it with you, Tom Gradgrind. To tell the truth, I don't think it would be worthy of my reputation to quarrel on such a subject. As to your gentleman friend, he may take himself off wherever he likes best. If he falls in my way, I shall tell him my mind. If he don't fall in my way, I shan't, for it won't be worth my while to do it. As to your daughter, who I made Lou Bounderby, and might have done better by leaving Lou Gradgrind, if she don't come home tomorrow by 12 o'clock at noon, I shall understand that she prefers to stay away, and I shall send her wearing apparel and so forth over here, and you'll take charge of her for the future. What I shall say to people in general of the incompatibility that led to my so laying down the law will be this. I am Josiah Bounderby, and I had my bringing up. She's the daughter of Tom Gradgrind, and she had her bringing up, and the two horses wouldn't pull together. I'm pretty well known to be rather an uncommon man, I believe, and most people will understand fast enough that it must be a woman, rather out of the common also, who in the long run would come up to my mark.
Let me seriously entreat you to reconsider this, Bounderby,
urged Mr. Gradgrind,
before you commit yourself to such a decision.
I always come to a decision,
said Bounderby, tossing his hat on,
and whatever I do at once. I should be surprised at Tom Gradgrind's addressing such a remark to Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, knowing what he knows of him. If I could be surprised by anything Tom Gradgrind did after his making himself a party to sentimental humbug. I've given you my decision, and I have got no more to say. Good night.
So Mr. Bounderby went home to his town house to bed. At 5 minutes past 12 o'clock next day, he directed Mrs. Bounderby's property to be carefully packed up and sent to Tom Gradgrind's, advertised his country retreat for sale by private contract, and resumed a bachelor life. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 4. Lost. The robbery at the bank had not languished before, and did not cease to occupy a front place in the attention of the principal of that establishment now. In boastful proof of his promptitude and activity, as a remarkable man and a self-made man, and a commercial wonder more admirable than Venus, who had risen out of the mud instead of the sea, he liked to show how little his domestic affairs abated his business ardour. Consequently, in the first few weeks of his resumed bachelorhood, he even advanced upon his usual display of bustle, and every day made such a rout in renewing his investigations into the robbery, that the officers who had it in hand almost wished it had never been committed. They were at fault too, and off the scent. Although they had been so quiet since the first outbreak of the matter, that most people really did suppose it to have been abandoned as hopeless, nothing new occurred. No man or woman took untimely courage, or made a self-betraying step. More remarkable yet, Stephen Blackpool could not be heard of, and the mysterious old woman remained a mystery. Things having come to this pass, and showing no latent signs of stirring beyond it, the upshot of Mr. Bounderby's investigations was, that he resolved to hazard a bold burst. He drew up a placard, offering £20 reward for the apprehension of Stephen Blackpool, suspected of complicity in the robbery of Coketown Bank on such a night. He described the said Stephen Blackpool by dress, complexion, estimated height, and manner as minutely as he could. He recited how he had left the town, and in what direction he had been last seen going. He had the whole printed in great black letters on a staring broadsheet, and he caused the walls to be posted with it in the dead of night, so that it should strike upon the sight of the whole population at one blow. The factory bells had need to ring their loudest that morning, to disperse the groups of workers who stood in the tardy daybreak, collected round the placards, devouring them with eager eyes. Not the least eager of the eyes assembled were the eyes of those who could not read. These people, as they listened to the friendly voice that read aloud, there was always some such ready to help them, stared at the characters which meant so much with a vague awe and respect that would have been half ludicrous, if any aspect of public ignorance could ever be otherwise than threatening and full of evil. Many ears and eyes were busy with a vision of the matter of these placards, among turning spindles, rattling looms, and whirling wheels, for hours afterwards; and when the hands cleared out again into the streets, there were still as many readers as before. Slackbridge, the delegate, had to address his audience too that night, and Slackbridge had obtained a clean bill from the printer, and brought it in his pocket. "Oh, my friends and fellow-countrymen, the down-trodden operatives of Coketown! Oh, my fellow-brothers and fellow-workmen and fellow-citizens and fellow-men! What a to-do was there when Slackbridge unfolded what he called
that damning document,
and held it up to the gaze and for the execration of the working-man community.
O my fellow men, behold of what a traitor in the camp of those great spirits who are enrolled upon the holy scroll of justice and of union is appropriately capable. O my prostrate friends, with the galling yoke of tyrants on your necks, and the iron foot of despotism treading down your fallen forms into the dust of the earth, upon which right glad would your oppressors be to see you creeping on your bellies all the days of your lives, like the serpent in the garden. O my brothers, and shall I as a man not add my sisters too? What do you say now of Stephen Blackpool, with a slight stoop in his shoulders and about 5'7" in height, as set forth in this degrading and disgusting document, this blighting bill, this pernicious placard, this abominable advertisement? And with what majesty of denouncement will you crush the viper, who would bring this stain and shame upon the godlike race that happily has cast him out forever? Yes, my compatriots, happily cast him out and sent him forth. For you remember how he stood here before you on this platform. You remember how, face to face and foot to foot, I pursued him through all his intricate windings. You remember how he sneaked and slunk, and sidled and splitted of straws, until, with not an inch of ground to which to cling, I hurled him out from amongst us, an object for the undying finger of scorn to point at, and for the avenging fire of every free and thinking mind to scorch and scar. And now, my friends, my labouring friends, for I rejoice and triumph in that stigma, my friends whose hard but honest beds are made in toil, and whose scanty but independent pots are boiled in hardship. And now I say, my friends, what appellation has that dastard craven taken to himself, when, with the mask torn from his features, he stands before us in all his native deformity? A what? A thief, a plunderer, a proscribed fugitive, with a price upon his head, a fester and a wound upon the noble character of the Coketown operative. Therefore, my band of brothers in a sacred bond, to which your children and your children's children yet unborn have set their infant hands and seals, I propose to you on the part of the United Aggregate Tribunal, ever watchful for your welfare, ever zealous for your benefit, that this meeting does resolve, that Stephen Blackpool, weaver, referred to in this placard, having been already solemnly disowned by the community of Coketown hands, the same are free from the shame of his misdeeds, and cannot as a class be reproached with his dishonest actions.
Thus Slackbridge, gnashing and perspiring after a prodigious sort. A few stern voices called out,
"No! No!"
and a score or two hailed with assenting cries of
"Hear, hear!"
The caution from one man,
"Slackbridge, you're over-hettering. You're going too fast."
But these were pygmies against an army. The general assemblage subscribed to the gospel according to Slackbridge, and gave 3 cheers for him as he sat demonstratively panting at them. These men and women were yet in the streets, passing quietly to their homes, when Sissy, who had been called away from Louisa some minutes before, returned.
"Who is it?"
asked Louisa.
"It is Mr. Bounderby,"
said Sissy, timid of the name.
"and your brother Mr. Tom, and a young woman who says her name is Rachel, and that you know her."
"What do they want, Sissy dear?"
"They want to see you. Rachel has been crying, and seems angry."
"Father,"
said Louisa, for he was present,
"I cannot refuse to see them, for a reason that will explain itself. Shall they come in here?"
As he answered in the affirmative, Sissy went away to bring them. She reappeared with them directly. Tom was last, and remained standing in the obscurest part of the room, near the door.
"Mrs. Bounderby,"
said her husband, entering with a cool nod.
"I don't disturb you, I hope. This is an unseasonable hour. But here is a young woman who has been making statements which render my visit necessary. Tom Gradgrind, as your son, young Tom, refuses for some obstinate reason or other to say anything at all about those statements, good or bad, I am obliged to confront her with your daughter."
"You have seen me once before, young lady,"
said Rachel, standing in front of Louisa. Tom coughed.
"You have seen me, young lady,"
repeated Rachel, as she did not answer.
"Once before."
Tom coughed again.
"I have."
Rachel cast her eyes proudly towards Mr. Bounderby, and said,
"Will you make it known, young lady, where and who was there?"
"I went to the house where Stephen Blackpool lodged, on the night of his discharge from his work, and I saw you there. He was there too. And an old woman who did not speak, and whom I could scarcely see, stood in a dark corner. My brother was with me."
"Why couldn't you say so, young Tom?"
demanded Bounderby.
"I promised my sister I wouldn't."
Which Louisa hastily confirmed.
"And besides,"
said the whelp bitterly,
"she tells her own story so precious well, and so full, that what business had I to take it out of her mouth?"
"Say, young lady, if you please,"
pursued Rachel,
"why in an evil hour you ever came to Stephen's that night."
"I felt compassion for him,"
said Louisa, her colour deepening,
"and I wished to know what he was going to do, and wished to offer him assistance."
"Thank you, ma'am,"
said Bounderby.
"Much flattered and obliged."
"Did you offer him,"
asked Rachel,
"a banknote?"
"Yes, but he refused it, and would take only £2 in gold."
Rachel cast her eyes towards Mr. Bounderby again.
"Oh, certainly,"
said Bounderby.
"If you put the question whether your ridiculous and improbable account was true or not, I'm bound to say it's confirmed."
"Young lady,"
said Rachel,
"Stephen Blackpool is now named as a thief in public print all over this town, and where else? There have been a meeting to-night where he have been spoken of in the same shameful way. Stephen, the honestest lad, the truest lad, the best."
Her indignation failed her, and she broke off, sobbing.
"I am very, very sorry,"
said Louisa.
"Oh, young lady,"
returned Rachel.
"I hope you may be, but I don't know. I can't say what you may have done. The like of you don't know us, don't care for us, don't belong to us. I am not sure why you may have come that night. I can't tell but what you may have come with some aim of your own, not minding to what trouble you brought such as the poor lad. I said then, bless you for coming, and I said it of my heart. You seemed to take so pitifully to him. But I don't know now, I don't know."
Louisa could not reproach her for her unjust suspicions. She was so faithful to her idea of the man, and so afflicted.
"And when I think,"
said Rachel, through her sobs,
"that the poor lad was so grateful, thinking you so good to him, when I mind that he put his hand over his hard-working face to hide the tears that you brought up there. Oh, I hope you may be sorry, and ha' no bad cause to be it. But I don't know. I don't know."
"You're a pretty article,"
growled the whelp, moving uneasily in his dark corner.
"to come here with these precious imputations. You ought to be bundled out for not knowing how to behave yourself, and you would be by rights."
She said nothing in reply, and her low weeping was the only sound that was heard until Mr. Bounderby spoke.
"Come,"
said he,
"you know what you're engaged to do. You'd better give your mind to that, not this."
"'Deed I am loath that any here should see me like this,"
returned Rachel, drying her eyes.
"but I won't be seen so again. Young lady, when I had read what's put in print to Stephen, and what has just as much truth in it as if it had been put in print to you, I went straight to the bank to say I knew where Stephen was, and to give a sure and certain promise that he should be here in 2 days. I couldn't meet with Mr. Bounderby then, and your brother sent me away, and I tried to find you, but you was not to be found, and I went back to work. Soon as I come out of the mill to-night, I hastened to hear what was said of Stephen, for I know with pride he will come back to shame it. And then I went again to seek Mr. Bounderby, and I found him, and I told him every word I knew, and he believed no word I said, and brought me here."
"So far, that's true enough,"
assented Mr. Bounderby, with his hands in his pockets and his hat on.
"But I've known you people before to-day, you'll observe, and I know you'll never die for want of talking. Now, I'll recommend you not so much to mind talking just now as doing. You've undertaken to do something. All I remark upon that at present is, do it."
"I have written to Stephen by the post that went out this afternoon, as I have written to him once before since he went away,"
said Rachel.
"and he will be here, at furthest, in 2 days."
"Then I'll tell you something. You are not aware, perhaps,"
retorted Mr. Bounderby,
"that you yourself have been looked after now and then, not being considered quite free from suspicion in this business, on account of most people being judged according to the company they keep. The post office hasn't been forgotten either. What I'll tell you is, that no letter to Stephen Blackpool has ever got into it. Therefore, what has become of yours? I leave you to guess. Perhaps you're mistaken, and never wrote any."
"He hadn't been gone from here, young lady, as much as a week,"
said Rachel, turning appealingly to Louisa,
"when he sent me the only letter I have had from him, saying that he was forced to seek work in another name."
"Oh, by George!"
cried Bounderby, shaking his head with a whistle.
"He changes his name, does he? That's rather unlucky, too, for such an immaculate chap. It's considered a little suspicious in courts of justice, I believe, when an innocent happens to have many names."
"What?"
said Rachel, with the tears in her eyes again.
"What, young lady, in the name of mercy, was left the poor lad to do? The masters against him on one hand, the men against him on the other, he only wanting to work hard in peace and do what he felt right. Can a man have no soul of his own, no mind of his own? Must he go wrong all through with this side, or must he go wrong all through with that, or else be hunted like a hare?"
Indeed, indeed, I pity him from my heart,
returned Louisa,
and I hope that he will clear himself.
"You need have no fear of that, young lady. He is sure."
"All the surer, I suppose,"
said Mr. Bounderby,
"for your refusing to tell where he is, eh?"
"He shall not, through any act of mine, come back with the unmerited reproach of being brought back. He shall come back of his own accord to clear himself, and to put all those that have injured his good character, and he not here for its defence, to shame. I have told him what has been done against him,"
said Rachel, throwing off all distrust as a rock throws off the sea,
"and he will be here at furthest in 2 days."
"Notwithstanding which,"
added Mr. Bounderby,
"if he can be laid hold of any sooner, he shall have an earlier opportunity of clearing himself. As to you, I've nothing against you. What you came and told me turns out to be true, and I've given you the means of proving it to be true, and there's an end of it. I wish you good night, all. I must be off to look a little further into this."
Tom came out of his corner when Mr. Bounderby moved with him, kept close to him, and went away with him. The only parting salutation of which he delivered himself was a sulky
"Good night, father."
With a brief speech and a scowl at his sister, he left the house. Since his sheet anchor had come home, Mr. Gradgrind had been sparing of speech. He still sat silent when Louisa mildly said,
"Rachel, you will not distrust me one day when you know me better."
"It goes against me,"
Rachel answered, in a gentler manner,
"to mistrust anyone. But when I am so mistrusted, when we all are, I cannot keep such things quite out of my mind. I ask your pardon for having done you an injury. I don't think what I said now. Yet I might come to think it again, with the poor lad so wronged."
"Did you tell him in your letter,"
inquired Sissy,
"that suspicion seemed to have fallen upon him because he had been seen about the bank at night? He would then know what he would have to explain on coming back, and would be ready."
"Yes, dear,"
she returned.
"But I can't guess what can ever have taken him there. He never used to go there. It was never in his way. His way was the same as mine, and not near it."
Sissy had already been at her side, asking her where she lived, and whether she might come tomorrow night to inquire if there were news of him.
"I doubt,"
said Rachel,
"if he can be here till next day."
"Then I will come next night, too,"
said Sissy. When Rachel, assenting to this, was gone, Mr. Gradgrind lifted up his head, and said to his daughter,
"Louisa, my dear, I have never, that I know of, seen this man. Do you believe him to be implicated?"
"I think I have believed it, father, though with great difficulty. I do not believe it now."
"That is to say, you once persuaded yourself to believe it from knowing him to be suspected. His appearance and manner, are they so honest?"
"Very honest."
"And her confidence not to be shaken? I ask myself,"
said Mr. Gradgrind, musing,
"does the real culprit know of these accusations? Where is he? Who is he?"
His hair had latterly begun to change its colour. As he leaned upon his hand again, looking grey and old, Louisa, with a face of fear and pity, hurriedly went over to him, and sat close at his side. Her eyes by accident met Sissy's at the moment. Sissy flushed and started, and Louisa put her finger on her lip. Next night, when Sissy returned home and told Louisa that Stephen was not come, she told it in a whisper. Next night again, when she came home with the same account, and added that he had not been heard of, she spoke in the same low, frightened tone. From the moment of that interchange of looks, they never uttered his name or any reference to him aloud, nor ever pursued the subject of the robbery when Mr. Gradgrind spoke of it. The 2 appointed days ran out. 3 days and nights ran out, and Stephen Blackpool was not come, and remained unheard of. On the 4th day, Rachel, with unabated confidence, but considering her despatch to have miscarried, went up to the bank, and showed her letter from him with his address at a working colony, one of many not upon the main road, 60 miles away. Messengers were sent to that place, and the whole town looked for Stephen to be brought in next day. During this whole time the whelp moved about with Mr. Bounderby like his shadow, assisting in all the proceedings. He was greatly excited, horribly fevered, bit his nails down to the quick, spoke in a hard rattling voice, and with lips that were black and burnt up. At the hour when the suspected man was looked for, the whelp was at the station, offering to wager that he had made off before the arrival of those who were sent in quest of him, and that he would not appear. The whelp was right. The messengers returned alone. Rachel's letter had gone. Rachel's letter had been delivered. Stephen Blackpool had decamped in that same hour, and no soul knew more of him. The only doubt in Coketown was whether Rachel had written in good faith, believing that he really would come back, or warning him to fly. On this point opinion was divided. 6 days, 7 days, far on into another week, the wretched whelp plucked up a ghastly courage, and began to grow defiant.
Was the suspected fellow the thief? Pretty question. If not, where was the man, and why did he not come back?
Where was the man, and why did he not come back? In the dead of night, the echoes of his own words, which had rolled heaven knows how far away in the daytime, came back instead, and abided by him until morning. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 5. Found. Day and night again. Day and night again. No Stephen Blackpool. Where was the man, and why did he not come back? Every night Cissy went to Rachel's lodging, and sat with her in her small neat room. All day Rachel toiled as such people must toil, whatever their anxieties. The smoke-serpents were indifferent who was lost or found, who turned out bad or good. The melancholy mad elephants, like the hard-fact men, abated nothing of their set routine, whatever happened. Day and night again. Day and night again. The monotony was unbroken. Even Stephen Blackpool's disappearance was falling into the general way, and becoming as monotonous a wonder as any piece of machinery in Coketown.
I misdoubt,
said Rachel,
if there is as many as 20 left in all this place who have any trust in the poor dear lad now.
She said it to Cissy, as they sat in her lodging, lighted only by the lamp at the street corner. Cissy had come there when it was already dark, to await her return from work, and they had since sat at the window where Rachel had found her, wanting no brighter light to shine on their sorrowful talk.
If it hadn't been mercifully brought about that I was to have to speak to you,
pursued Rachel,
times are when I think my mind would not have kept right. But I get hope and strength through you, and you believe that though appearances may rise against him, he will be proved clear.
I do believe so,
returned Cissy.
with my whole heart. I feel so certain, Rachel, that the confidence you hold in yours against all discouragement is not like to be wrong, that I have no more doubt of him than if I had known him through as many years of trial as you have.
And I, my dear,
said Rachel, with a tremble in her voice,
have known him through them all, to be, according to his quiet ways, so faithful to everything honest and good, that if he was never to be heard of more, and I was to live to be 100 years old, I could say with my last breath, God knows my heart, I have never once left trust in Stephen Blackpool.
We all believe, up at the lodge, Rachel, that he will be freed from suspicion, sooner or later.
The better I know it to be so believed there, my dear,
said Rachel,
and the kinder I feel it that you come away from there purposely to comfort me, and to keep me company, and be seen with me, when I am not yet free from all suspicion myself, the more grieved I am that I should ever have spoken those mistrusting words to the young lady. And yet
You don't mistrust her now, Rachel.
Now that you have brought us more together, no. But I can't at all times keep out of my mind.
Her voice so sunk into a low and slow communing with herself, that Cissy, sitting by her side, was obliged to listen with attention.
I can't at all times keep out of my mind mistrustings of someone. I can't think who 'tis. I can't think how or why it may be done, but I mistrust that someone has put Stephen out of the way. I mistrust that by his coming back of his own accord, and showing himself innocent before them all, someone would be confounded who, to prevent that, has stopped him and put him out of the way.
That is a dreadful thought,
said Cissy, turning pale.
It is a dreadful thought to think he may be murdered.
Cissy shuddered, and turned paler yet.
When it makes its way into my mind, dear,
said Rachel,
and it will come sometimes, though I do all I can to keep it out, with counting on to high numbers as I work, and saying over and over again pieces that I knew when I were a child, I fall into such a wild, hot hurry that however tired I am, I want to walk fast, miles and miles. I must get the better of this before bedtime. I'll walk home with you.
He might fall ill upon the journey back,
said Sissy, faintly offering a worn-out scrap of hope.
and in such a case there are many places on the road where he might stop.
But he is in none of them. He has been sought for in all, and he is not there.
True,
Was Sissy's reluctant admission.
He'd walk the journey in 2 days. If he was footsore and couldn't walk, I sent him in the letter he got the money to ride, lest he should have none of his own to spare.
let us hope that tomorrow will bring something better, Rachel. Come into the air.
Her gentle hand adjusted Rachel's shawl upon her shining black hair in the usual manner of her wearing it, and they went out. The night being fine, little knots of hands were here and there lingering at street corners. But it was supper-time with the greater part of them, and there were but few people in the streets.
You're not so hurried now, Rachel, and your hand is cooler.
I get better, dear, if I can only walk and breathe a little fresh. Times when I can't, I turn weak and confused.
But you must not begin to fail, Rachel, for you may be wanted at any time to stand by Stephen. Tomorrow is Saturday. If no news comes tomorrow, let us walk in the country on Sunday morning, and strengthen you for another week. Will you go?
Yes, dear.
They were by this time in the street where Mr. Bounderby's house stood. The way to Sissy's destination led them past the door, and they were going straight towards it. Some train had newly arrived in Coketown, which had put a number of vehicles in motion, and scattered a considerable bustle about the town. Several coaches were rattling before them and behind them as they approached Mr. Bounderby's, and one of the latter drew up with such briskness as they were in the act of passing the house, that they looked round involuntarily. The bright gaslight over Mr. Bounderby's steps showed them Mrs. Sparsit in the coach, in an ecstasy of excitement, struggling to open the door. Mrs. Sparsit, seeing them at the same moment, called them to stop.
"It's a coincidence,"
exclaimed Mrs. Sparsit, as she was released by the coachman.
"It's a providence. Come out, ma'am."
Then said Mrs. Sparsit to some one inside,
"Come out, or we'll have you dragged out."
Hereupon no other than the mysterious old woman descended, whom Mrs. Sparsit incontinently collared.
"Leave her alone, everybody,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit with great energy.
"Let nobody touch her. She belongs to me. Come in, ma'am."
Then said Mrs. Sparsit, reversing her former word of command,
"Come in, ma'am, or we'll have you dragged in."
The spectacle of a matron of classical deportment seizing an ancient woman by the throat and hauling her into a dwelling-house would have been under any circumstances sufficient temptation to all true English stragglers, so blessed as to witness it, to force a way into that dwelling-house and see the matter out. But when the phenomenon was enhanced by the notoriety and mystery by this time associated all over the town with the bank robbery, it would have lured the stragglers in with an irresistible attraction, though the roof had been expected to fall upon their heads. Accordingly, the chance witnesses on the ground, consisting of the busiest of the neighbours to the number of some 25, closed in after Sissy and Rachel, as they closed in after Mrs. Sparsit and her prize, and the whole body made a disorderly irruption into Mr. Bounderby's dining-room, where the people behind lost not a moment's time in mounting on the chairs to get the better of the people in front.
"Fetch Mr. Bounderby down,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit.
"Rachel, young woman, you know who this is?"
It's Mrs. Pegler,
said Rachel.
"I should think it is,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit, exulting.
"Fetch Mr. Bounderby. Stand away, everybody."
Here old Mrs. Pegler, muffling herself up and shrinking from observation, whispered a word of entreaty.
"Don't tell me,"
said Mrs. Sparsit aloud.
"I have told you 20 times coming along that I will not leave you till I have handed you over to him myself."
Mr. Bounderby now appeared, accompanied by Mr. Gradgrind and the whelp, with whom he had been holding conference upstairs. Mr. Bounderby looked more astonished than hospitable at sight of this uninvited party in his dining-room.
"Why, what's the matter now?"
said he.
"Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am?"
"Sir,"
explained that worthy woman,
"I trust it is my good fortune to produce a person you have much desired to find. Stimulated by my wish to relieve your mind, sir, and connecting together such imperfect clues to the part of the country in which that person might be supposed to reside, as have been afforded by the young woman, Rachel, fortunately now present to identify, I have had the happiness to succeed, and to bring that person with me, I need not say most unwillingly on her part. It has not been, sir, without some trouble that I have effected this. But trouble in your service is to me a pleasure, and hunger, thirst, and cold a real gratification."
Here Mrs. Sparsit ceased, for Mr. Bounderby's visage exhibited an extraordinary combination of all possible colours and expressions of discomfiture, as old Mrs. Pegler was disclosed to his view.
"Why, what do you mean by this?"
was his highly unexpected demand, in great warmth.
"I ask you, what do you mean by this, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am?"
"Sir?"
exclaimed Mrs. Sparsit, faintly.
"Why don't you mind your own business, ma'am?"
roared Bounderby.
"How dare you go and poke your officious nose into my family affairs?"
This allusion to her favourite feature overpowered Mrs. Sparsit. She sat down stiffly in a chair, as if she were frozen, and with a fixed stare at Mr. Bounderby, slowly grated her mittens against one another, as if they were frozen too.
"My dear Josiah!"
cried Mrs. Pegler, trembling.
"My darling boy! I am not to blame. It's not my fault, Josiah. I told this lady over and over again that I knew she was doing what would not be agreeable to you, but she would do it."
"What did you let her bring you for? Couldn't you knock her cap off, or a tooth out, or scratch her, or do something or other to her?"
asked Bounderby.
"My own boy! She threatened me that if I resisted her, I should be brought by constables, and it was better to come quietly than make that stir in such a—"
Mrs. Pegler glanced timidly but proudly round the walls.
"Such a fine house as this, indeed! Indeed it is not my fault, my dear, noble, stately boy. I have always lived quiet and secret, Josiah, my dear. I have never broken the condition once. I have never said I was your mother. I have admired you at a distance, and if I have come to town sometimes, with long times between, to take a proud peep at you, I have done it unbeknown, my love, and gone away again."
Mr. Bounderby, with his hands in his pockets, walked in impatient mortification up and down at the side of the long dining-table, while the spectators greedily took in every syllable of Mrs. Pegler's appeal, and at each succeeding syllable became more and more round-eyed. Mr. Bounderby, still walking up and down when Mrs. Pegler had done, Mr. Gradgrind addressed that maligned old lady.
"I am surprised, madam,"
he observed with severity,
"that in your old age you have the face to claim Mr. Bounderby for your son, after your unnatural and inhuman treatment of him."
"Me unnatural?"
cried poor old Mrs. Pegler.
"Me inhuman? To my dear boy?"
"Dear,"
repeated Gradgrind.
"Yes, dear in his self-made prosperity, madam, I dare say. Not very dear, however, when you deserted him in his infancy, and left him to the brutality of a drunken grandmother."
"I deserted my Josiah?"
cried Mrs. Pegler, clasping her hands.
Now, Lord forgive you, sir, for your wicked imaginations, and for your scandal against the memory of my poor mother, who died in my arms before Josiah was born. May you repent of it, sir, and live to know better.
She was so very earnest and injured that Mr. Gradgrind, shocked by the possibility which dawned upon him, said in a gentler tone,
"Do you deny, then, madam, that you left your son to be brought up in the gutter?"
Josiah in the gutter?
exclaimed Mrs. Pegler.
No such thing, sir. Never. For shame on you. My dear boy knows, and will give you to know, that though he come of humble parents, he come of parents that loved him as dear as the best could, and never thought it hardship on themselves to pinch a bit that he might write and cipher beautiful, and I've his books at home to show it. I have I,
said Mrs. Pegler, with indignant pride.
And my dear boy knows, and will give you to know, sir, that after his beloved father died, when he was 8 years old, his mother too could pinch a bit, as it was her duty and her pleasure and her pride to do it, to help him out in life, and put him prentice. And a steady lad he was, and a kind master he had to lend him a hand, and well he worked his own way forward to be rich and thriving. And I'll give you to know, sir, for this my dear boy won't, that though his mother kept but a little village shop, he never forgot her, but pensioned me on £30 a year, more than I want, for I put by out of it, only making the condition that I was to keep down in my own part, and make no boasts about him, and not trouble him. And I never have, except with looking at him once a year, when he has never knowed it, and it's right,
said poor old Mrs. Pegler, in affectionate championship,
that I should keep down in me own part, and I have no doubts that if I was here I should do a many befitting things, and I am well contented, and I can keep my pride and my Josiah to myself, and I can love for love's own sake, and I am ashamed of you, sir,
said Mrs. Pegler, lastly,
for your slanders and suspicions, and I never stood here before, nor never wanted to stand here when my dear son said no, and I shouldn't be here now if it hadn't been for being brought here. And for shame upon you, oh, for shame, to accuse me of being a bad mother to my son, with my son standing here to tell you so different.
The bystanders, on and off the dining-room chairs, raised a murmur of sympathy with Mrs. Pegler, and Mr. Gradgrind felt himself innocently placed in a very distressing predicament, when Mr. Bounderby, who had never ceased walking up and down, and had every moment swelled larger and larger, and grown redder and redder, stopped short.
"I don't exactly know,"
said Mr. Bounderby,
"how I came to be favoured with the attendance of the present company, but I don't inquire. When they're quite satisfied, perhaps they'll be so good as to disperse. Whether they're satisfied or not, perhaps they'll be so good as to disperse. I'm not bound to deliver a lecture on my family affairs. I have not undertaken to do it, and I'm not going to do it. Therefore, those who expect any explanation whatever upon that branch of the subject will be disappointed, particularly Tom Gradgrind, and he can't know it too soon. In reference to the bank robbery, there has been a mistake made concerning my mother. If there hadn't been over-officiousness, it wouldn't have been made, and I hate over-officiousness at all times, whether or no. Good evening."
Although Mr. Bounderby carried it off in these terms, holding the door open for the company to depart, there was a blustering sheepishness upon him, at once extremely crestfallen and superlatively absurd. Detected as the bully of humility, who had built his windy reputation upon lies, and in his boastfulness had put the honest truth as far away from him as he had advanced the mean claim, there is no meaner, to tack himself on to a pedigree, he cut a most ridiculous figure. With the people filing off at the door he held, who he knew would carry what had passed to the whole town, to be given to the four winds, he could not have looked a bully more shorn and forlorn if he had had his ears cropped. Even that unlucky female, Mrs. Sparsit, fallen from her pinnacle of exultation into the slough of despond, was not in so bad a plight as that remarkable man and self-made humbug, Josiah Bounderby of Coketown. Rachel and Sissy, leaving Mrs. Pegler to occupy a bed at her son's for that night, walked together to the gate of Stone Lodge, and there parted. Mr. Gradgrind joined them before they had gone very far, and spoke with much interest of Stephen Blackpool, for whom he thought this signal failure of the suspicions against Mrs. Pegler was likely to work well. As to the whelp, throughout this scene, as on all other late occasions, he had stuck close to Bounderby. He seemed to feel that as long as Bounderby could make no discovery without his knowledge, he was so far safe. He never visited his sister, and had only seen her once since she went home, that is to say, on the night when he still stuck close to Bounderby, as already related. There was one dim, unformed fear lingering about his sister's mind, to which she never gave utterance, which surrounded the graceless and ungrateful boy with a dreadful mystery. The same dark possibility had presented itself in the same shapeless guise this very day to Sissy, when Rachel spoke of some one who would be confounded by Stephen's return, having put him out of the way. Louisa had never spoken of harbouring any suspicion of her brother in connection with the robbery. She and Sissy had held no confidence on the subject, save in that one interchange of looks, when the unconscious father rested his grey head on his hand, but it was understood between them, and they both knew it. This other fear was so awful that it hovered about each of them like a ghostly shadow, neither daring to think of its being near herself, far less of its being near the other. And still the forced spirit which the whelp had plucked up throve with him. If Stephen Blackpool was not the thief, let him show himself. Why didn't he? Another night, another day and night. No Stephen Blackpool. Where was the man, and why did he not come back? End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 6. The Starlight. The Sunday was a bright Sunday in autumn, clear and cool, when early in the morning Sissy and Rachel met to walk in the country. As Coketown cast ashes not only on its own head, but on the neighbourhood's too, after the manner of those pious persons who do penance for their own sins by putting other people into sackcloth, it was customary for those who now and then thirsted for a draught of pure air, which is not absolutely the most wicked among the vanities of life, to get a few miles away by the railroad, and then begin their walk or their lounge in the fields. Sissy and Rachel helped themselves out of the smoke by the usual means, and were put down at a station about midway between the town and Mr. Bounderby's retreat. Though the green landscape was blotted here and there with heaps of coal, it was green elsewhere, and there were trees to see, and there were larks singing, though it was Sunday, and there were pleasant scents in the air, and all was overarched by a bright blue sky. In the distance one way, Coketown showed as a black mist. In another distance hills began to rise. In the third, there was a faint change in the light of the horizon when it shone upon the far-off sea. Under their feet the grass was fresh. Beautiful shadows of branches flickered upon it and speckled it. Hedgerows were luxuriant. Everything was at peace. Engines at pits' mouths, and lean old horses that had won the circle of their daily labour into the ground, were alike quiet. Wheels had ceased for a short space to turn, and the great wheel of earth seemed to revolve without the shocks and noises of another time. They walked on across the fields and down the shady lanes, sometimes getting over a fragment of fence so rotten that it dropped at the touch of the foot, sometimes passing near a wreck of bricks and beams overgrown with grass, marking the site of deserted works. They followed paths and tracks, however slight. Mounds where grass was rank and high, and where brambles, duckweed, and such-like vegetation were confusedly heaped together, they always avoided, for dismal stories were told in that country of the old pits hidden beneath such indications. The sun was high when they sat down to rest. They had seen no one, near or distant, for a long time, and the solitude remained unbroken.
It is so still here, Rachel, and the way is so untrodden, that I think we must be the first to have been here all the summer.
As Sissy said it, her eyes were attracted by another of those rotten fragments of fence upon the ground. She got up to look at it.
And yet, I don't know. This has not been broken very long. The wood is quite fresh where it gave way. Here are footsteps, too. Oh, Rachel!
She ran back and caught her round the neck. Rachel had already started up.
What is the matter?
I don't know. There is a hat lying in the grass.
They went forward together. Rachel took it up, shaking from head to foot. She broke into a passion of tears and lamentations. Stephen Blackpool was written in his own hand on the inside.
Oh, the poor lad, the poor lad! He has been made away with. He is lying murdered here.
Has the hat any blood upon it?
Sissy faltered. They were afraid to look, but they did examine it, and found no mark of violence, inside or out. It had been lying there for some days, for rain and dew had stained it, and the mark of its shape was on the grass where it had fallen. They looked fearfully about them, without moving, but could see nothing more.
Rachel, I will go on a little by myself.
She had unclasped her hand and was in the act of stepping forward, when Rachel caught her in both arms with a scream that resounded over the wide landscape. Before them, at their very feet, was the brink of a black ragged chasm hidden by the thick grass. They sprang back and fell upon their knees, each hiding her face upon the other's neck.
Oh, my good Lord, he's down there, down there!
At first this, and her terrific screams, were all that could be got from Rachel, by any tears, by any prayers, by any representations, by any means. It was impossible to hush her, and it was deadly necessary to hold her, or she would have flung herself down the shaft.
Rachel, dear Rachel, good Rachel, for the love of heaven, not these dreadful cries. Think of Stephen, think of Stephen, think of Stephen.
By an earnest repetition of this entreaty, poured out in all the agony of such a moment, Sissy at last brought her to be silent, and to look at her with a tearless face of stone.
Rachel, Stephen may be living. You wouldn't leave him lying maimed at the bottom of this dreadful place a moment, if you could bring help to him.
No, 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 no.
Don't stir from here, for his sake. Let me go and listen.
She shuddered to approach the pit, but she crept towards it on her hands and knees, and called to him as loud as she could call. She listened, but no sound replied. She called again and listened. Still no answering sound. She did this 20, 30 times. She took a little clod of earth from the broken ground where he had stumbled, and threw it in. She could not hear it fall. The wide prospect, so beautiful in its stillness but a few minutes ago, almost carried despair to her brave heart, as she rose and looked all round her, seeing no help.
Rachel, we must lose not a moment. We must go in different directions, seeking aid. You shall go by the way we have come, and I will go forward by the path. Tell anyone you see, and everyone, what has happened. Think of Stephen, think of Stephen.
She knew by Rachel's face that she might trust her now, and after standing for a moment to see her running, wringing her hands as she ran, she turned and went upon her own search. She stopped at the hedge to tie her shawl there as a guide to the place, then threw her bonnet aside, and ran as she had never run before. Run, Sissy, run, in heaven's name! Don't stop for breath! Run, run! Quickening herself by carrying such entreaties in her thoughts, she ran from field to field, and lane to lane, and place to place, as she had never run before, until she came to a shed by an engine house, where 2 men lay in the shade, asleep on straw. First to wake them, and next to tell them, all so wild and breathless as she was, what had brought her there, were difficulties. But they no sooner understood her than their spirits were on fire like hers. One of the men was in a drunken slumber, but on his comrades shouting to him that a man had fallen down the old hell shaft, he started out to a pool of dirty water, put his head in it, and came back sober. With these 2 men she ran to another half-mile farther, and with that one to another, while they ran elsewhere. Then a horse was found, and she got another man to ride for life or death to the railroad, and send a message to Louisa, which she wrote and gave him. By this time a whole village was up, and windlasses, ropes, poles, candles, lanterns, all things necessary, were fast collecting and being brought into one place, to be carried to the old hell shaft. It seemed now hours and hours since she had left the lost man lying in the grave where he had been buried alive. She could not bear to remain away from it any longer. It was like deserting him, and she hurried swiftly back, accompanied by a half-dozen labourers, including the drunken man whom the news had sobered, and who was the best man of all. When they came to the old hell shaft, they found it as lonely as she had left it. The men called and listened as she had done, and examined the edge of the chasm, and settled how it had happened, and then sat down to wait until the implements they wanted should come up. Every sound of insects in the air, every stirring of the leaves, every whisper among these men, made Sissy tremble, for she thought it was a cry at the bottom of the pit. But the wind blew idly over it, and no sound arose to the surface, and they sat upon the grass, waiting and waiting. After they had waited some time, straggling people who had heard of the accident began to come up. Then the real help of implements began to arrive. In the midst of this Rachel returned, and with her party there was a surgeon, who brought some wine and medicines. But the expectation among the people that the man would be found alive was very slight indeed. There being now people enough present to impede the work, the sobered man put himself at the head of the rest, or was put there by the general consent, and made a large ring round the old hell shaft, and appointed men to keep it. Besides such volunteers as were accepted to work, only Sissy and Rachel were at first permitted within this ring. But later in the day, when the message brought an express from Coketown, Mr. Gradgrind and Louisa and Mr. Bounderby and the whelp were also there. The sun was 4 hours lower than when Sissy and Rachel had first sat down upon the grass, before a means of enabling 2 men to descend securely was rigged with poles and ropes. Difficulties had arisen in the construction of this machine, simple as it was. Requisites had been found wanting, and messages had had to go and return. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the bright autumnal Sunday before a candle was set down to try the air, while 3 or 4 rough faces stood crowded close together, attentively watching it, the man at the windlass lowering as they were told. The candle was brought up again, feebly burning, and then some water was cast in. Then the bucket was hooked on, and the sobered man and another got in with lights, giving the word, "Lower away." As the rope went out, tight and strained, and the windlass creaked, there was not a breath among the 100 or 200 men and women looking on that came as it was wont to come. The signal was given, and the windlass stopped, with abundant rope to spare. Apparently so long an interval ensued with the man at the windlass standing idle, that some women shrieked that another accident had happened. But the surgeon, who held the watch, declared 5 minutes not to have elapsed yet, and sternly admonished them to keep silence. He had not well done speaking, when the windlass was reversed and worked again. Practised eyes knew that it did not go as heavily as it would if both workmen had been coming up, and that only one was returning. The rope came in tight and strained, and ring after ring was coiled upon the barrel of the windlass, and all eyes were fastened on the pit. The sobered man was brought up, and leaped out briskly on the grass. There was an universal cry of "Alive or dead?" and then a deep, profound hush. When he said, "Alive," a great shout arose, and many eyes had tears in them. "But he's hurt very bad," he added, as soon as he could make himself heard again. "Where's doctor? He's hurt so very bad, sir, that we don't know how to get him up." They all consulted together, and looked anxiously at the surgeon, as he asked some questions, and shook his head on receiving the replies. The sun was setting now, and the red light in the evening sky touched every face there, and caused it to be distinctly seen in all its rapt suspense. The consultation ended in the men returning to the windlass, and the pitman going down again, carrying the wine and some other small matters with him. Then the other man came up. In the meantime, under the surgeon's directions, some men brought a hurdle, on which others made a thick bed of spare clothes covered with loose straw, while he himself contrived some bandages and slings from shawls and handkerchiefs. As these were made, they were hung upon an arm of the pitman who had last come up, with instructions how to use them. And as he stood, shown by the light he carried, leaning his powerful loose hand upon one of the poles, and sometimes glancing down the pit, and sometimes glancing round upon the people, he was not the least conspicuous figure in the scene. It was dark now, and torches were kindled. It appeared from the little this man said to those about him, which was quickly repeated all over the circle, that the lost man had fallen upon a mass of crumbled rubbish with which the pit was half choked up, and that his fall had been further broken by some jagged earth at the side. He lay upon his back with one arm doubled under him, and according to his own belief had hardly stirred since he fell, except that he had moved his free hand to a side pocket, in which he remembered to have some bread and meat, of which he had swallowed crumbs, and had likewise scooped up a little water in it now and then. He had come straight away from his work, on being written to, and had walked the whole journey, and was on his way to Mr. Bounderby's country house after dark, when he fell. He was crossing that dangerous country at such a dangerous time, because he was innocent of what was laid to his charge, and couldn't rest from coming the nearest way to deliver himself up. The old hell shaft, the pitman said, with a curse upon it, was worthy of its bad name to the last, for though Stephen could speak now, he believed it would soon be found to have mangled the life out of him. When all was ready, this man, still taking his last hurried charges from his comrades and the surgeon after the windlass had begun to lower him, disappeared into the pit. The rope went out as before, the signal was made as before, and the windlass stopped. No man removed his hand from it now. Every one waited with his grasp set, and his body bent down to the work, ready to reverse and wind in. At length the signal was given, and all the ring leaned forward. For now the rope came in, tightened and strained to its utmost as it appeared, and the men turned heavily, and the windlass complained. It was scarcely endurable to look at the rope and think of its giving way. But ring after ring was coiled upon the barrel of the windlass safely, and the connecting chains appeared, and finally the bucket with the two men holding on at the sides, a sight to make the head swim and oppress the heart, and tenderly supporting between them, slung and tied within, the figure of a poor, crushed human creature. A low murmur of pity went round the throng, and the women wept aloud, as this form, almost without form, was moved very slowly from its iron deliverance, and laid upon the bed of straw. At first none but the surgeon went close to it. He did what he could in its adjustment on the couch, but the best that he could do was to cover it. That gently done, he called to him Rachel and Sissy, and at that time the pale, worn, patient face was seen looking up at the sky, with the broken right hand lying barely on the outside of the covering garments, as if waiting to be taken by another hand. They gave him drink, moistened his face with water, and administered some drops of cordial and wine. Though he lay quite motionless looking up at the sky, he smiled and said, "Rachel." She stooped down on the grass at his side, and bent over him until her eyes were between his and the sky, for he could not so much as turn them to look at her.
"Rachel, my dear."
She took his hand. He smiled again, and said,
"Don't let go."
"That in great pain, my own dear Stephen?"
"I have been, but not now. I have been dreadful and dree and long, my dear, but 'tis o'er now. Ah, Rachel, a muddle, from first to last, a muddle."
The spectre of his old look seemed to pass as he said the word.
"I have fell into the pit, my dear, as a cost we ain't knowledge of folk now living, hundreds and hundreds of men's lives, fathers, sons, brothers, dear to thousands and thousands, and keeping her from want and hunger. I have fell into a pit that had been with fire damp crueller than battle. I ha' read on it in public petition, as on him on may read, from men that work in pits, in which they are praying and praying to lawmakers, for Christ's sake not to let the work be murder to 'em, but to spur 'em for the wives and children that they loves, as well as gentlefolks loves theirs. When it were in work it killed without need, when 'tis let alone it kills without need. See how we die and no need, one way and another, in a muddle, every day."
He faintly said it, without any anger against any one, merely as the truth.
"Thy little sister, Rachel, Thou hast not forgot her. Thou art not like to forget her, and me so nigh her. Thou knowest, poor, patient, suffering dear, how thou didst work for her, sitting all day long in a little chair at thy window, and how she died, young and misshapen, all along a sickly her as had no need to be, and all along a working people's miserable homes, and muddle, oh, and muddle.
Louisa approached him, but he could not see her, lying with his face turned up to the night sky.
If aught things that touches us, my dear, was not so muddled, I shouldn't have had to need to come here. If we was not in a muddle amongst ourselves, I shouldn't have been by my own weavers and working brothers so mistook. If Mr. Bounderby had ever knowed me right, if he'd ever knowed me at all, he wouldn't have taken offence with me. He wouldn't have suspected me. But look up yonder, Rachel, look above.
Following his eyes, she saw that he was gazing at a star.
It has shined upon me,
he said reverently.
In my pain and trouble down below, it has shined into my mind. I ha' looked at it and thought of thee, Rachel, till the muddle in my mind have cleared away, above a bit, I hope. If some have been wanting in understanding me better, I too have been wanting in understanding them better. When I got thy letter, I easily believing that what the young lady said and done to me, and what her brother said and done to me, was one, and that there were a wicked plot betwixt 'em. When I fell, I were in anger wi' her, and hurrying on to be as unjust to her as others was to me. But in our judgment, like as in our doings, we mun bear and forbear. In my pain and trouble, looking up yonder, wi' it shining on me, I ha' seen more clear, and I made it my dying prayer that all the world may only come together more, and get a better understanding of one another, than when I were in it my own weak self.
Louisa, hearing what he said, bent over him on the opposite side to Rachel, so that he could see her.
You heard?
He said, after a few moments' silence.
I not forgot you, lady.
Yes, Stephen, I have heard you, and your prayer is mine.
You are your father. Will you take a message to him?
He is here,
said Louisa, with dread.
Shall I bring him to you?
If you please.
Louisa returned with her father. Standing hand in hand, they both looked down upon the solemn countenance.
Sir, you will clear me and make my name good with all men. This I leave to you.
Mr. Gradgrind was troubled, and asked how.
Sir,
was the reply,
your son will tell you how. Ask him. I make no charges. I leave none of him me, nor a single word. I have seen and spoken with your son one night. I ask no more of you than you clear me, and I trust to you to do it.
The bearers being now ready to carry him away, and the surgeon being anxious for his removal, those who had torches or lanterns prepared to go in front of the litter. Before it was raised, and while they were arranging how to go, he said to Rachel, looking upward at the star,
Often as I come to mysen and found it shining on me down there in me trouble, I thought it were the star as guided to our Saviour's home. I almost think it be the very star.
They lifted him up, and he was overjoyed to find that they were about to take him in the direction whither the star seemed to him to lead.
Rachel, beloved lass, don't let go of my hand. We may walk together tonight, my dear.
I will hold thy hand and keep beside thee, Stephen, all the way.
Bless thee. Will somebody be pleased to cover my face?
They carried him very gently along the fields, and down the lanes, and over the wide landscape, Rachel always holding the hand in hers. Very few whispers broke the mournful silence. It was soon a funeral procession. The star had shown him where to find the God of the poor, and through humility and sorrow and forgiveness he had gone to his Redeemer's rest. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 7. Whelp-Hunting. Before the ring formed round the old hell shaft was broken, one figure had disappeared from within it. Mr. Bounderby and his shadow had not stood near Louisa, who held her father's arm, but in a retired place by themselves. When Mr. Gradgrind was summoned to the couch, Sissy, attentive to all that happened, slipped behind that wicked shadow, a sight in the horror of his face, if there had been eyes there but for any sight but one, and whispered in his ear. Without turning his head, he conferred with her for a few moments, and vanished. Thus the whelp had gone out of the circle before the people moved. When the father reached home, he sent a message to Mr. Bounderby's, desiring his son to come to him directly. The reply was, that Mr. Bounderby, having missed him in the crowd, and seen nothing of him since, had supposed him to be at Stone Lodge.
"I believe, father,"
said Louisa,
"he will not come back to town to-night."
Mr. Gradgrind turned away, and said no more. In the morning he went down to the bank himself as soon as it was opened, and seeing his son's place empty, he had not the courage to look in first, went back along the street to meet Mr. Bounderby on his way there, to whom he said that, for reasons he would soon explain, but entreated not then to be asked for, he had found it necessary to employ his son at a distance for a little while. Also that he was charged with the duty of vindicating Stephen Blackpool's memory, and declaring the thief. Mr. Bounderby, quite confounded, stood stock still in the street after his father-in-law had left him, swelling like an immense soap-bubble, without its beauty. Mr. Gradgrind went home, locking himself in his room, and kept it all that day. When Sissy and Louisa tapped at his door, he said, without opening it,
"Not now, my dears. In the evening."
On their return in the evening, he said,
"I am not able yet. To-morrow."
He ate nothing all day, and had no candle after dark, and they heard him walking to and fro late at night. But in the morning he appeared at breakfast at the usual hour, and took his usual place at the table. Aged and bent he looked, and quite bowed down, yet he looked a wiser man, and a better man, than in the days when in this life he wanted nothing but facts. Before he left the room he appointed a time for them to come to him, and so, with his grey head drooping, went away.
"Dear father,"
said Louisa, when they kept their appointment,
"you have 3 young children left. They will be different. I will be different yet, with heaven's help."
She gave her hand to Sissy, as if she meant with her help too.
"Your wretched brother,"
said Mr. Gradgrind.
"Do you think he had planned this robbery when he went with you to the lodging?"
"I fear so, father. I know he had wanted money very much, and had spent a great deal."
"The poor man being about to leave the town, it came into his evil brain to cast suspicion on him?"
"I think it must have flashed upon him while he sat there, father, for I asked him to go there with me. The visit did not originate with him."
"He had some conversation with the poor man. Did he take him aside?"
"He took him out of the room. I asked him afterwards why he had done so, and he made a plausible excuse. But since last night, father, and when I remember the circumstances by its light, I am afraid I can imagine too truly what passed between them."
Let me know,
said her father,
if your thoughts present your guilty brother in the same dark view as mine.
I fear, father,
hesitated Louisa,
that he must have made some representation to Stephen Blackpool, perhaps in my name, perhaps in his own, which induced him to do in good faith and honesty what he had never done before, and to wait about the bank those 2 or 3 nights before he left the town.
Too plain,
returned the father.
Too plain.
He shaded his face, and remained silent for some moments. Recovering himself, he said,
And now, how is he to be found? How is he to be saved from justice? In the few hours that I can possibly allow to elapse before I publish the truth, how is he to be found by us, and only by us? £10,000 could not effect it.
Sissy has effected it, father.
He raised his eyes to where she stood, like a good fairy in his house, and said in a tone of softened gratitude and grateful kindness,
It is always you, my child.
We had our fears,
Sissy explained, glancing at Louisa,
before yesterday, and when I saw you brought to the side of the litter last night, and heard what passed, being close to Rachel all the time, I went to him when no one saw, and said to him, Don't look at me. See where your father is. Escape at once, for his sake and your own. He was in a tremble before I whispered to him, and he started and trembled more then, and said, Where can I go? I have very little money, and I don't know who will hide me. I thought of father's old circus. I have not forgotten where Mr. Sleary goes at this time of year, and I read of him in a paper only the other day. I told him to hurry there, and tell his name, and ask Mr. Sleary to hide him till I came. I'll get to him before the morning, he said, and I saw him shrink away among the people.
Thank heaven,
exclaimed his father.
He may be got abroad yet.
It was more hopeful, as the town to which Sissy had directed him was within 3 hours' journey of Liverpool, whence he could be swiftly despatched to any part of the world. But caution being necessary in communicating with him, for there was a greater danger every moment of his being suspected now, and nobody could be sure at heart but that Mr. Bounderby himself, in a bullying vein of public zeal, might play a Roman part, it was consented that Sissy and Louisa should repair to a place in question, by a circuitous course, alone, and that the unhappy father, setting forth in an opposite direction, should get round to the same bourne by another and wider route. It was further agreed that he should not present himself to Mr. Sleary, lest his intention should be mistrusted, or the intelligence of his arrival should cause his son to take flight anew, but that the communication should be left to Sissy and Louisa to open, and that they should inform the cause of so much misery and disgrace, of his father's being at hand, and of the purpose for which they had come. When these arrangements had been well considered, and were fully understood by all three, it was time to begin to carry them into execution. Early in the afternoon, Mr. Gradgrind walked directly from his own house into the country, to be taken up on the line by which he was to travel, and at night the remaining two set forth upon their different course, encouraged by not seeing any face they knew. The two travelled all night, except when they were left off, for odd numbers of minutes, at branch places, up illimitable flights of steps, or down wells, which was the only variety of those branches, and early in the morning were turned out on a swamp, a mile or two from the town they sought. From this dismal spot they were rescued by a savage old postilion, who happened to be up early, kicking a horse and a fly, and so were smuggled into the town by all the back lanes where the pigs lived, which, although not a magnificent or even savoury approach, was, as is usual in such cases, the legitimate highway. The first thing they saw on entering the town was the skeleton of Sleary's circus. The company had departed for another town more than 20 miles off, and had opened there last night. The connection between the two places was by a hilly turnpike road, and the travelling on that road was very slow. Though they took but a hasty breakfast, and no rest, which it would have been in vain to seek under such anxious circumstances, it was noon before they began to find the bills of Sleary's horse-riding on barns and walls, and 1 o'clock when they stopped in the market-place. A grand morning performance by the riders, commencing at that very hour, was in course of announcement by the bellmen, as they set their feet upon the stones of the street. Sissy recommended that, to avoid making inquiries and attracting attention in the town, they should present themselves to pay at the door. If Mr. Sleary were taking the money, he would be sure to know her, and would proceed with discretion. If he were not, he would be sure to see them inside, and knowing what he had done with the fugitive, would proceed with discretion still. Therefore they repaired, with fluttering hearts, to the well-remembered booth. The flag with the inscription "Series Horse Riding" was there, and the Gothic niche was there, but Mr. Sleary was not. Master Kidderminster, grown too maturely turfy to be received by the wildest credulity as Cupid any more, had yielded to the invincible force of circumstances, and his beard, and in the capacity of a man who made himself generally useful, presided on this occasion over the exchequer, having also a drum in reserve, on which to expend his leisure moments and superfluous forces. In the extreme sharpness of his look-out for base coin, Mr. Kidderminster, as at present situated, never saw anything but money. So Sissy passed him unrecognized, and they went in. The Emperor of Japan, on a steady old horse stencilled with black spots, was twirling 5 wash-hand basins at once, as it is the favourite recreation of that monarch to do. Sissy, though well acquainted with his royal line, had no personal knowledge of the present emperor, and his reign was peaceful. Miss Josephine Sleary, in her celebrated, graceful, equestrian Tyrolean flower act, was then announced by a new clown, who humorously said cauliflower act, and Mr. Sleary appeared, leading her in. Mr. Sleary had only made 1 cut at the clown with his long whiplash, and the clown had only said, "If they do it again, I'll throw the horse at you," when Sissy was recognized both by father and daughter. But they got through the act with great self-possession, and Mr. Sleary, saving for the first instant, conveyed no more expression into his locomotive eye than into his fixed one. The performance seemed a little long to Sissy and Louisa, particularly when it stopped to afford the clown an opportunity of telling Mr. Sleary, who said, "Indeed, sir," to all his observations in the calmest way, and with his eye on the house, about 2 legs sitting on 3 legs, looking at 1 leg, when in came 4 legs, and laid hold of 1 leg, and got up 2 legs, caught hold of 3 legs, and threw 'em at 4 legs, who ran away with 1 leg. For, although an ingenious allegory related to a butcher, a 3-legged stool, a dog, and a leg of mutton, this narrative consumed time, and they were in great suspense. At last, however, little fair-haired Josephine made her curtsy amid great applause, and the clown, left alone in the ring, had just warmed himself, and said, "Now I'll have a turn," when Sissy was touched on the shoulder and beckoned out. She took Louisa with her, and they were received by Mr. Sleary in a very little private apartment, with canvas sides, a grass floor, and a wooden ceiling, all aslant, on which the box company stamped their approbation, as if they were coming through. "Cecilia," said Mr. Sleary, who had brandy and water at hand, "it does me good to see you. You was always a favourite with us,
and you've done us credit since the old times, I'm sure. You must see our people, my dear, afore we speak of business, or they'll break their hearts, especially the women. Here's Josephine has been and got married to E.W.B. Childers, and she has got a boy, and though he's only 3 years old, he sticks on to any pony you can bring against him. He's named the Little Wonder of Scholastic Equitation, and if you don't hear of that boy at Astley's, you'll hear of him at Paris. And you recollect Kidderminster, that was thought to be rather sweet upon yourself? Well, he's married too. Married a widder, old enough to be his mother. She was tightrope, she was, and now she's nothing on account of fat. They've got 2 children, though we're strong in the fairy business and the nursery dodge. If you was to see our children in the wood, with their father and mother both a-dying on a horse, their uncle a-receiving of them, and as with wards upon a horse, themselves both a-going a-blackberrying on a horse, and the robins a-coming in to cover 'em with leaves upon a horse, you say it was the completest thing as ever you set your eyes upon. And you remember Emma Gordon, my dear, as was almost a mother to you? Of course you do. I needn't ask. Well, Emma, she's lost her husband. He was throwed a heavy backfall off an elephant in a sort of a pagoda thing, as the Sultan of the Indies, and he never got the better of it. And she married a second time. Married a cheesemonger as fell in love with her from the front, and he's a overseer and making a fortune.
These various changes Mr. Sleary, very short of breath now, related with great heartiness, and with a wonderful kind of innocence, considering what a bleary and brandy and watery old veteran he was. Afterwards he brought in Josephine, and E.W.B. Childers, rather deeply lined in the jaws by daylight, and the Little Wonder of Scholastic Equitation, and, in a word, all the company. Amazing creatures they were in Louisa's eyes, so white and pink of complexion, so scant of dress, and so demonstrative of leg. But it was very agreeable to see them crowding about Sissy, and very natural in Sissy to be unable to refrain from tears.
There, now Cecilia has kissed all the children, and hugged all the women, and shaken hands all round with all the men, clear every one of you, and ring in the band for the second part.
As soon as they were gone, he continued in a low tone.
Now, Cecilia, I don't ask to know any secrets, but I suppose I may consider this to be Miss Squire.
This is his sister, yes.
And t'other one's daughter? That's what I mean. Hope I see you well, miss, and I hope the squire's well.
My father will be here soon,
said Louisa, anxious to bring him to the point.
Is my brother safe?
Safe and sound,
he replied.
I want you just to take a peep at the ring, miss, through here. Cecilia, you know the dodges. Find a spy hole for yourself.
They each looked through a chink in the boards.
That's Jack the Giant Killer, piece of comic infant business,
said Sleary.
There's a property house, you see, for Jack to hide in. There's my clown, with a saucepan lid and a spit, for Jack's servant. There's little Jack hisself, in a splendid suit of armor. There's 2 comic black servants, twice as big as the house, to stand by it and to bring it in and clear it. And the giant, a very expensive basket one. He ain't on yet. Now, do you see 'em all?
Yes.
Yes.
They both said.
Look at 'em again,
said Sleary.
Look at 'em well. You see 'em all? Very good. Now, miss.
He put a form for them to sit on.
I have my opinions, and the squire, your father, has his. I don't want to know what your brother's been up to. It's better for me not to know. All I say is, the squire has stood by Cecilia, and I'll stand by the squire. Your brother is one of them black servants.
Louisa uttered an exclamation, partly of distress, partly of satisfaction.
It's a fact,
said Sleary.
And even knowing it, you couldn't put your finger on him. Let the squire come. I shall keep your brother here after the performance. I shan't undress him, nor yet wash his paint off. Let the squire come here after the performance, or come here yourself after the performance, and you shall find your brother, and have the whole place to talk to him in. Never mind the looks of him, as long as he's well hid.
Louisa, with many thanks and with a lightened load, detained Mr. Sleary no longer then. She left her love for her brother, with her eyes full of tears, and she and Sissy went away until later in the afternoon. Mr. Gradgrind arrived within an hour afterwards. He too had encountered no one whom he knew, and was now sanguine, with Sleary's assistance, of getting his disgraced son to Liverpool in the night. As neither of them could be his companion without almost identifying him under any disguise, he prepared a letter to a correspondent whom he could trust, beseeching him to ship the bearer off to any coast, to North or South America, or any distant part of the world to which he could be the most speedily and privately dispatched. This done, they walked about, waiting for the service to be quite vacated, not only by the audience, but by the company and by the horses. After watching it a long time, they saw Mr. Sleary bring out a chair and sit down by the side door, smoking, as if that were his signal that they might approach.
"Your servant, squire,"
was his cautious salutation as they passed in.
"If you want me, you'll find me here. You mustn't mind your son having a comic livery on."
They all three went in. Mr. Gradgrind sat down forlorn on the clown's performing chair in the middle of the ring. On one of the back benches, remote in the subdued light and the strangeness of the place, sat the villainous whelp, sulky to the last, whom he had the misery to call his son. In a preposterous coat like a beadle's, with cuffs and flaps exaggerated to an unspeakable extent, in an immense waistcoat, knee-breeches, buckled shoes, and a mad-cocked hat, with nothing fitting him, and everything of coarse material, moth-eaten and full of holes, with seams in his black face, where fear and heat had started through the greasy composition daubed all over it, anything so grimly, detestably, ridiculously shameful as the whelp in his comic livery, Mr. Gradgrind never could by any other means have believed in, weighable and measurable fact though it was. And one of his model children had come to this. At first the whelp would not draw any nearer, but persisted in remaining up there by himself, yielding at length, if any concession so sullenly made can be called yielding, to the entreaties of Sissy, for Louisa he disowned altogether, he came down bench by bench until he stood in the sawdust on the verge of the circle, as far as possible within its limits from where his father sat.
"How was this done?"
asked the father.
How was what done?
"This robbery,"
said the father, raising his voice upon the word.
I forced the safe myself overnight, and shut it up ajar before I went away. I had had the key that was found made long before. I dropped it that morning that it might be supposed to have been used. I didn't take the money all at once. I pretended to put my balance away every night, but I didn't. Now you know all about it."
"If a thunderbolt had fallen on me,"
said the father,
"it would have shocked me less than this."
"I don't see why,"
grumbled the son.
"So many people are employed in situations of trust. So many people out of so many will be dishonest. I've heard you talk 100 times of its being a law. How can I help laws? You have comforted others with such things, father. Comfort yourself."
The father buried his face in his hands, and the son stood in his disgraceful grotesqueness biting straw, his hands, with the black partly worn away inside, looking like the hands of a monkey. The evening was fast closing in, and from time to time he turned the whites of his eyes restlessly and impatiently towards his father. They were the only parts of his face that showed any life or expression. The pigment upon it was so thick.
You must be got to Liverpool, and sent abroad.
I suppose I must. I can't be more miserable anywhere,
whimpered the whelp.
And I've been here ever since I can remember. That's one thing.
Mr. Gradgrind went to the door, and returned with Sleary, to whom he submitted the question, how to get this deplorable object away.
Why, I've been thinking of it, Squire. There's not much time to lose. Though you must say yes or no, it's over 20 miles to the rail. There's a coach in half an hour that goes to the rail, purpose to catch the mail train. That train will take him right to Liverpool.
But look at him. Will any coach—
I don't mean that he shall go in the comic livery,
said Sleary.
Say the word, and I'll make a Joskin of him out of the wardrobe in 5 minutes.
I don't understand,
said Mr. Gradgrind.
A Joskin, a carter. Make up your mind quick, Squire. There'll be beer to fetch. I've never met with nothing but beer as'll ever clean a comic blackamoor.
Mr. Gradgrind rapidly assented. Mr. Sleary rapidly turned out from a box a smock frock, a felt hat, and other essentials. The whelp rapidly changed clothes behind a screen of baize. Mr. Sleary rapidly brought beer, and washed him white again.
Now,
said Sleary,
come along to the coach, and jump up behind, and I'll go with you there, and they'll suppose you one of my people. Say farewell to your family, and tharp's the word.
Here is your letter,
said Mr. Gradgrind.
All necessary means will be provided for you. Atone by repentance and better conduct for the shocking action you have committed, and the dreadful consequences to which it has led. Give me your hand, my poor boy, and may God forgive you as I do.
The culprit was moved to a few abject tears by these words and their pathetic tone. But when Louisa opened her arms, he repulsed her afresh.
Not you! I don't want to have anything to say to you.
Oh, Tom, Tom, do we end so, after all my love?
After all your love?
He returned obdurately.
Pretty love! Leaving old Bounderby to himself, and packing my best friend Mr. Harthouse off, and going home just when I was in the greatest danger. Pretty love, that. Coming out with every word about our having gone to that place, when you saw the net was gathering round me. Pretty love, that. You have regularly given me up. You never cared for me.
Tharp's the word,
said Sleary at the door. They all confusedly went out, Louisa crying to him that she forgave him, and loved him still, and that he would one day be sorry to have left her so, and glad to think of these her last words far away, when some one ran against them. Mr. Gradgrind and Sissy, who were both before him, while his sister yet clung to his shoulder, stopped and recoiled. For there was Bitzer, out of breath, his thin lips parted, his thin nostrils distended, his white eyelashes quivering, his colourless face more colourless than ever, as if he ran himself into a white heat, when other people ran themselves into a glow. There he stood, panting and heaving, as if he had never stopped since the night, long ago, when he had run them down before.
I'm sorry to interfere with your plans,
said Bitzer, shaking his head,
but I can't allow myself to be done by horse riders. I must have young Mr. Tom. He mustn't be got away by horse riders. Here he is in a smock frock, and I must have him.
By the collar, too, it seemed, for so he took possession of him. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 8. Philosophical. They went back into the booth, Sleary shutting the door to keep intruders out. Bitzer, still holding the paralyzed culprit by the collar, stood in the ring, blinking at his old patron through the darkness of the twilight.
"Bitzer,"
said Mr. Gradgrind, broken down and miserably submissive to him.
"have you a heart?"
"The circulation, sir?"
returned Bitzer, smiling at the oddity of the question.
"Couldn't be carried on without one. No man so acquainted with the facts established by Harvey relating to the circulation of the blood can doubt that I have a heart."
"Is it accessible,"
cried Mr. Gradgrind,
"to any compassionate influence?"
"It is accessible to reason, sir."
returned the excellent young man.
"And to nothing else."
They stood looking at each other, Mr. Gradgrind's face as white as the pursuer's.
"What motive, even what motive in reason, can you have for preventing the escape of this wretched youth?"
said Mr. Gradgrind.
"And crushing his miserable father. See his sister here. Pity us."
"Sir,"
returned Bitzer, in a very business-like and logical manner,
"since you ask me what motive I have in reason for taking young Mr. Tom back to Coketown, it is only reasonable to let you know I have suspected young Mr. Tom of this bank robbery from the first. I had my eye upon him before that time, for I knew his ways. I have kept my observations to myself, but I have made them, and I have got ample proofs against him now, besides his running away, and besides his own confession, which I was just in time to overhear. I had the pleasure of watching your house yesterday morning, and following you here. I am going to take young Mr. Tom back to Coketown in order to deliver him over to Mr. Bounderby. Sir, I have no doubt whatever that Mr. Bounderby will then promote me to young Mr. Tom's situation, and I wish to have his situation, sir, for it will be a rise to me and will do me good."
"If this is solely a question of self-interest with you," Mr. Gradgrind began.
"I beg your pardon for interrupting you, sir,"
returned Bitzer,
"but I am sure you know that the whole social system is a question of self-interest. What you must always appeal to is a person's self-interest. It's your only hold. We are so constituted. I was brought up in that catechism when I was very young, sir, as you are aware."
"What sum of money,"
said Mr. Gradgrind,
"will you set against your expected promotion?"
"Thank you, sir,"
returned Bitzer,
"for hinting at the proposal, but I will not set any sum against it. Knowing that your clear head would propose that alternative, I have gone over the calculations in my mind, and I find that to compound a felony, even on very high terms indeed, would not be as safe and good for me as my improved prospects in the bank."
"Bitzer,"
said Mr. Gradgrind, stretching out his hands as though he would have said, "See how miserable I am."
"Bitzer, I have but one chance left to soften you. You were many years at my school. If, in remembrance of the pains bestowed upon you there, you can persuade yourself in any degree to disregard your present interest and release my son, I entreat and pray you to give him the benefit of that remembrance."
"I really wonder, sir,"
rejoined the old pupil in an argumentative manner,
"to find you taking a position so untenable. My schooling was paid for. It was a bargain, and when I came away, the bargain ended."
It was a fundamental principle of the Gradgrind philosophy that everything was to be paid for. Nobody was ever on any account to give anybody anything, or render anybody help without purchase. Gratitude was to be abolished, and the virtues springing from it were not to be. Every inch of the existence of mankind, from birth to death, was to be a bargain across a counter, and if we didn't get to heaven that way, it was not a politico-economical place, and we had no business there.
I don't deny,
added Bitzer,
that my schooling was cheap, but that comes right, sir. I was made in the cheapest market, and have to dispose of myself in the dearest.
He was a little troubled here by Louisa and Sissy crying.
Pray don't do that,
said he.
It's no use doing that. It only worries. You seem to think that I have some animosity against young Mr. Tom, whereas I have none at all. I am only going on the reasonable grounds I have mentioned to take him back to Coketown. If he was to resist, I should set up the cry of, "Stop, thief!" But he won't resist, you may depend upon it.
Mr. Sleary, who, with his mouth open and his rolling eye as immovably jammed in his head as his fixed one, had listened to these doctrines with profound attention, here stepped forward.
Squire, you know perfectly well, and your daughter knows perfectly well, better than you, because I said it to her, that I didn't know what your son had done, and that I didn't want to know. I said it was better not, though I only thought then it was some skylarking. However, this young man having made it known to be a robbery of a bank, why, that's a serious thing. Much too serious a thing for me to compound, as this young man has very properly called it. Consequently, Squire, you mustn't quarrel with me if I take this young man's side, and say he's right, and there's no help for it. But I tell you what I'll do, Squire. I'll drive your son and this young man over to the rail, and prevent exposure here. I can't consent to do more, but I'll do that.
Fresh lamentations from Louisa, and deeper affliction on Mr. Gradgrind's part, followed this desertion of them by their last friend. But Sissy glanced at him with great attention, nor did she in her breast misunderstand him. As they were all going out again, he favoured her with one slight roll of his movable eye, desiring her to linger behind. As he locked the door, he said excitedly,
"The squire stood by you, Cecilia, and I'll stand by the squire. More than that, this is a precious rascal, and belongs to that bluttering cove that my people nearly pitched out o' winder. It'll be a dark night. I've got a horse that'll do anything but speak. I've got a pony that'll go 15 mile an hour with Childreth driving of him. I've got a dog that'll keep a man to one place 24 hours. Get a word with the young squire. Tell him when he sees our horse begin to dance, not to be afraid of being spilt, but to look out for a pony gig coming up. Tell him when he sees that gig close by, to jump down, and it'll take him off at a rattling pace. If my dog lets this young man stir a peg on foot, I give him leave to go. And if my horse ever stirs from the spot where he begins a dancing till the morning, I don't know him. Sharp's the word."
The word was so sharp that in 10 minutes Mr. Childers, sauntering about the market-place in a pair of slippers, had his cue, and Mr. Sleary's equipage was ready. It was a fine sight to behold the learned dog barking round it, and Mr. Sleary instructing him, with his one practicable eye, that Bitzer was the object of his particular attentions. Soon after dark they all three got in and started, the learned dog, a formidable creature, already pinning Bitzer with his eye, and sticking close to the wheel on his side, that he might be ready for him in the event of his showing the slightest disposition to alight. The other three sat up at the inn all night in great suspense. At 8 o'clock in the morning Mr. Sleary and the dog reappeared, both in high spirits.
"All right, Squire," said
Mr. Sleary.
"Your son may be aboard a ship by this time. Childers took him off an hour and a half after we left there last night. The horse danced the polka till he was dead beat. He would have waltzed if he hadn't been in harness. and then I gave him the word, and he went to sleep comfortable. When that precious young rascal said he'd go forward afoot, the dog hung on to his neck-handkerchief with all 4 legs in the air, and pulled him down and rolled him over. Though he come back into the drag, and there he sat, till he turned the horse's head at 6:30 this morning.
Mr. Gradgrind overwhelmed him with thanks, of course, and hinted as delicately as he could at a handsome remuneration in money.
I don't want money myself, Squire, but Childers is a family man, and if you was to offer him a £5 note, it mightn't be unacceptable. Likewise, if you was to stand a collar for the dog, or a set of bells for the horse, I should be very glad to take 'em. Brandy and water I always take. If you wouldn't think it going too far, Squire, to make a little spread for the company at about 3 and 6 a head, not reckoning loose, it would make 'em happy.
All these little tokens of his gratitude Mr. Gradgrind very willingly undertook to render, though he thought them far too slight, he said, for such a service.
Very well, Squire. Then if you'll only give a horse-riding, a bespeak, whenever you can, you'll more than balance the account. Now, Squire, if your daughter will excuse me, I should like one parting word with you.
Louisa and Sissy withdrew to an adjoining room. Mr. Sleary, stirring and drinking his brandy and water as he stood, went on.
Squire, you don't need to be told that dogs is wonderful animals.
Their instinct,
said Mr. Gradgrind,
is surprising.
Whatever you call it, and I'm blessed if I know what to call it,
said Sleary.
It is astonishing, the way in which a dog'll find you, the distance he'll come.
His scent,
said Mr. Gradgrind,
being so fine.
I'm blessed if I know what to call it,
repeated Sleary, shaking his head.
But I have had dogs find me, Squire, in a way that made me think whether that dog hadn't gone to another dog and said, "You don't happen to know a person of the name of Sleary, do you? Person of the name of Sleary in the horse-riding way? Stout man, game eye?" And whether that dog mightn't have said, "Well, I can't say I know him myself, but I know a dog that I think would be likely to be acquainted with him." And whether that dog mightn't have thought it over and said, "Sleary, Sleary, oh, yes, to be sure. A friend of mine mentioned him to me at one time. I can get you his address directly." In consequence of my being afore the public, and going about so much, you see, there must be a number of dogs acquainted with me, Squire, that I don't know.
Mr. Gradgrind seemed to be quite confounded by this speculation.
Anyway,
said Sleary, after putting his lips to his brandy and water,
it's 14 months ago, Squire, since we was at Chester. We was getting up our children in the wood one morning, when there comes into our ring by the stage door a dog. He had travelled a long way. He was in a very bad condition. He was lame and pretty well blind. He went round to our children one after another, as if he was a-seeking for a child he knowed. And then he come to me, and throwed hisself up behind, and stood on his 2 forelegs, weak as he was, and then he wagged his tail and died. Squire, that dog was Merrylegs.
Sissy's father's dog?
Cecilia's father's old dog. Now, Squire, I can take my oath from my knowledge of that dog that that man was dead and buried afore that dog come back to me. Josephine and Childers and me talked it over a long time, whether I should write or not, but we agreed, no, there's nothing comfortable to tell. Why unsettle her mind and make her unhappy? Though whether her father basely deserted her, or whether he broke his own heart alone rather than pull her down along with him, never will be known now, Squire, not till we know how the dogs findeth us out.
She keeps the bottle that he sent her for to this hour, and she will believe in his affection to the last moment of her life,
said Mr. Gradgrind.
It seems to present two things to a person, don't it, Squire?
Said Mr. Sleary, musing as he looked down into the depths of his brandy and water.
One, that there is a love in the world, not all self-interest after all, but something very different t'other, that it has a way of its own of calculating or not calculating, which somehow or another is at least as hard to give a name to as the ways of the dogs is.
Mr. Gradgrind looked out of window and made no reply. Mr. Sleary emptied his glass and recalled the ladies.
Cecilia, my dear, kiss me and good-bye. Miss Squire, to see you treating of her like a sister, and a sister that you trust and honor with all your heart and more, is a very pretty sight to me. I hope your brother may live to be better deserving of you, and a better comfort to you. Squire, shake hands, first and last. Don't be cross with us, poor vagabonds. People must be amused. They can't be always a-learning, nor yet they can't be always a-working, and ain't made for it. You must have us, Squire. Do the wise thing, and the kind thing, too, and make the best of us, not the worst. And I never thought before,
said Mr. Sleary, putting his head in at the door again to say it,
that I was too much of a cackler.
End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Chapter 9. Final. It is a dangerous thing to see anything in the sphere of a vain blusterer before the vain blusterer sees it himself. Mr. Bounderby felt that Mrs. Sparsit had audaciously anticipated him, and presumed to be wiser than he. He turned this presumption, on the part of a woman in her dependent position, over and over in his mind, until it accumulated with turning like a great snowball. At last he made the discovery that to discharge this highly connected female, to have it in his power to say,
"She was a woman of family, and wanted to stick to me, but I wouldn't have it, and I got rid of her,"
would be to get the utmost possible amount of crowning glory out of the connection, and at the same time to punish Mrs. Sparsit according to her deserts. Filled fuller than ever with this great idea, Mr. Bounderby came in to lunch, and sat himself down in the dining-room of former days, where his portrait was. Mrs. Sparsit sat by the fire, with her foot in her cotton stirrup, little thinking whither she was posting. Since the Pegler affair, this gentlewoman had covered her pity for Mr. Bounderby with a veil of quiet melancholy and contrition. In virtue thereof, it had become her habit to assume a woeful look, which woeful look she now bestowed upon her patron.
"What's the matter now, ma'am?"
said Mr. Bounderby, in a very short, rough way.
"Pray, sir,"
returned Mrs. Sparsit,
"do not bite my nose off."
"Bite your nose off, ma'am?"
repeated Mr. Bounderby.
"Your nose?"
Meaning, as Mrs. Sparsit conceived, that it was too developed a nose for the purpose. After which offensive implication he cut himself a crust of bread, and threw the knife down with a noise. Mrs. Sparsit took her foot out of her stirrup, and said,
"Mr. Bounderby, sir?"
"Well, ma'am?"
retorted Mr. Bounderby.
"What you staring at?"
"May I ask, sir,"
said Mrs. Sparsit,
"have you been ruffled this morning?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"May I inquire, sir?"
pursued the injured woman,
whether I am the unfortunate cause of your having lost your temper?
Now, I'll tell you what, ma'am,
said Bounderby.
I am not come here to be bullied. A female may be highly connected, but she can't be permitted to bother and badger a man in my position, and I am not going to put up with it.
Mr. Bounderby felt it necessary to get on, foreseeing that if he allowed of details he would be beaten. Mrs. Sparsit first elevated, then knitted her Coriolanian eyebrows, gathered up her work into its proper basket, and rose.
Sir,
said she, majestically,
it is apparent to me that I am in your way at present. I will retire to my own apartment.
Allow me to open the door, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I can do it for myself.
You had better allow me, ma'am,
said Bounderby, passing her and getting his hand upon the lock,
because I can take the opportunity of saying a word to you before you go, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am. I rather think you are cramped here, d'you know? It appears to me that, under my humble roof, there's hardly opening enough for a lady of your genius in other people's affairs.
Mrs. Sparsit gave him a look of the darkest scorn, and said, with great politeness,
Really, sir?
I have been thinking it over, you see, since the late affairs have happened, ma'am,
said Bounderby,
and it appears to my poor judgment—
Oh, pray, sir,
Mrs. Sparsit interposed with sprightly cheerfulness,
don't disparage your judgment. Everybody knows how unerring Mr. Bounderby's judgment is. Everybody has had proofs of it. It must be the theme of general conversation. Disparage anything in yourself but your judgment, sir,
said Mrs. Sparsit, laughing. Mr. Bounderby, very red and uncomfortable, resumed.
It appears to me, ma'am, I say, that a different sort of establishment altogether would bring out a lady of your powers. Such as an establishment as your relations, Lady Scadger's, now. Don't you think you might find some affairs there, ma'am, to interfere with?
It never occurred to me before, sir,
returned Mrs. Sparsit,
but now you mention it, should think it highly probable.
Then supposing you try, ma'am,
said Bounderby, laying an envelope with a cheque in it in her little basket.
You can take your own time for going, ma'am, but perhaps in the meanwhile it will be more agreeable to a lady of your powers of mind to eat her meals by herself, and not to be intruded upon. I really ought to apologise to you, being only Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, for having stood in your light so long.
Pray don't name it, sir,
returned Mrs. Sparsit.
If that portrait could speak, sir, but it has the advantage over the original of not possessing the power of committing itself and disgusting others. It would testify that a long period has elapsed since I first habitually addressed it as the picture of a noodle. Nothing that a noodle does can awaken surprise or indignation. The proceedings of a noodle can only inspire contempt.
Thus saying, Mrs. Sparsit, with her Roman features like a medal struck to commemorate her scorn of Mr. Bounderby, surveyed him fixedly from head to foot, swept disdainfully past him, and ascended the staircase. Mr. Bounderby closed the door, and stood before the fire, projecting himself, after his old explosive manner, into his portrait, and into futurity. Into how much of futurity? He saw Mrs. Sparsit fighting out a daily fight at the points of all the weapons in the female armoury, with the grudging, smarting, peevish, tormenting Lady Scadgers, still laid up in bed with her mysterious leg, and gobbling her insufficient income down by about the middle of every quarter, in a mean little airless lodging, a mere closet for one, a mere crib for two. But did he see more? Did he catch any glimpse of himself making a show of Bitzer to strangers, as the rising young man, so devoted to his master's great merits, who had won young Tom's place, and had almost captured young Tom himself, in the times when by various rascals he was spirited away? Did he see any faint reflection of his own image making a vain glorious will, whereby 25 humbugs, past 55 years of age, each taking upon himself the name Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, should for ever dine in Bounderby Hall, for ever lodge in Bounderby Buildings, for ever attend a Bounderby chapel, for ever go to sleep under a Bounderby chaplain, for ever be supported out of a Bounderby estate, and for ever nauseate all healthy stomachs with a vast amount of Bounderby balderdash and bluster? Had he any prescience of the day, 5 years to come, when Josiah Bounderby of Coketown was to die of a fit in the Coketown street, and this same precious will was to begin its long career of quibble, plunder, false pretences, vile example, little service, and much law? Probably not. Yet the portrait was to see it all out. Here was Mr. Gradgrind, on the same day and in the same hour, sitting thoughtful in his own room. How much of futurity did he see? Did he see himself a white-haired, decrepit man, bending his hitherto inflexible theories to appointed circumstances, making his facts and figures subservient to faith, hope, and charity, and no longer trying to grind that heavenly trio in his dusty little mills? Did he catch sight of himself, therefore, much despised by his late political associates? Did he see them, in the era of its being quite settled that the national dustmen have only to do with one another, and owe no duty to an abstraction called a people, taunting the honourable gentleman with this and with that and with what not 5 nights a week until the small hours of the morning? Probably he had that much foreknowledge, knowing his men. Here was Louisa, on the night of the same day, watching the fire as in days of yore, though with a gentler and a humbler face. How much of the future might arise before her vision! Broadsides in the streets, signed with her father's name, exonerating the late Stephen Blackpool, weaver, from misplaced suspicion, and publishing the guilt of his own son, with such extenuation as his years and temptation, he could not bring himself to add his education, might beseech, were of the present. So Stephen Blackpool's tombstone, with her father's record of his death, was almost of the present, for she knew it was to be. These things she could plainly see. But how much of the future? A working woman christened Rachel, after a long illness, once again appearing at the ringing of the factory bell, and passing to and fro at the set hours among the Coketown hands. A woman of pensive beauty, always dressed in black, but sweet-tempered and serene, and even cheerful, who, of all the people in the place, alone appeared to have compassion on a degraded, drunken wretch of her own sex, who was sometimes seen in the town secretly begging of her, and crying to her. A woman working, ever working, but content to do it, and preferring to do it as her natural lot until she should be too old to labor any more. Did Louisa see this? Such a thing was to be. A lonely brother, many thousands of miles away, writing, on paper blotted with tears, that her words had too soon come true, and that all the treasures in the world would be cheaply bartered for a sight of her dear face. At length this brother coming nearer home, with hope of seeing her, and being delayed by illness. And then a letter, in a strange hand, saying, He died in hospital of fever such a day, and died in penitence and love of you, his last word being your name. Did Louisa see these things? Such things were to be. End of chapter 9. End of book 3. End of Hard Times by Charles Dickens.